Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Fuck. Fuck. Thank you for the $2 super chat, 56 Nick Rich. Normally I would catch that out of the side of my eye, but yeah. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee, and Lanier scampered off my ass. Off my lap. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's going to be a day. As I was talking to myself and saying, welcome everyone to the Sunday afternoon, evening, I was saying I'm recovering from being sick. Yeah, I was recovering from being sick. I don't know. I guess I'm not fully recovered, apparently. Yeah, it was great because I was getting into this beautiful routine of going to the gym, working on the TYT essay for a solid 2 weeks, and I was looking forward to it. And I was thinking to myself, you know what? I can increase going to the gym or doing more workouts while I'm there because it's feeling really good, and I'm getting more work done on my essay. And then just splat, got the cold, which just laid me out for a week. But it is mostly over. I do have a dry cough that if it doesn't go away in a couple days, I'll go see the doctor. I might need to get like an inhaler to clear out my lungs. I've had to do that before. And every now and then my sinuses will need to be cleared out. But other than that, it's pretty much over. So you'll have to forgive me if I get into a coughing fit. I'll probably mute the mic and stuff. Just remind me to unmute it when it happens. And if you see me blow my nose and the Kleenex turns red, don't be alarmed. That's normal. That's normal. Thin nasal membrane. Usually at the end of a cold, I can get bleeding noses because of the amount of times that I've been blowing it. So yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better. Well, a lot better than I was last week, and was just pure hell, like just hell. Like I was lying in my bed Saturday, and it was so bad that I had no energy. Like trying to get up to go to the washroom was a task. Like just I had to work on it, and then trying to get my ass back to the bed from the toilet, another just exhausting task, to the point you're thinking, you know what? I can just piss the bed and clean it when I have more energy. Of course I didn't do that, but the thought might cross your mind. Just when I know I'm going to get sick like that, put a whole bunch of puppy pads down. So yeah, it's been a week. So I haven't been able to go to the gym, and I haven't been able to work on the TYT essay because my brain was fried and my health was fried. But Googling online and asking friends who are more knowledgeable in this than I am, I should be safe to start going out to the gym and stuff again without being contagious. Now, when I go to the gym, I wear a mask, so I don't think that's where I caught my cold initially. I went to a social event, and when I go to social events, I don't tend to wear a mask because I want to be social. And I suspect that's where I caught it, and that was a week and a half ago, so, you know, my symptoms, again, have more or less cleared up, just the lingering dry cough, which I suspect is just it's stuck in my lungs, which is not uncommon. So I shouldn't be contagious anymore. So yeah, I want to get back into the routine, go to the gym. I missed a week of this covering the news. It's not like anything important was happening. So there's a lot to go over. I've cut out a lot, like a lot that I normally would have said. I've cut out a lot, and I am breaking this into 2 nights. I won't be able to do tomorrow night, but Tuesday night will be part 2 of my news live stream. So today I'm going over the conflict in the Middle East and federal politics, and then on Tuesday I'll be going over provincial politics and queer-related issues, because it's getting bad out there for trans folks in particular. Although I will be touching on Doug Ford today. That sounded so wrong. I will be covering something about Doug Ford today because it does kind of relate to stuff in the Middle East. So there's a little bit of a crossover, which means it's one less thing I have to cover on Tuesday. But so far, let's check the SandBox. Right, you're on that side. I gotta keep on trying to fake it out, like, oh, there's the SandBox. Now let me read from it. Like, point to the SandBox over there because, you know, that's where it is on your screen. But one of these days, when I get really ambitious, I'm going to like move around everything. And then this monitor will be over there. So it'll actually look like I'm looking towards the SandBox when I'm reading comments. And when I do that, I'm going to fuck up my routine so bad. But let's see what people are doing in the SandBox. Okay, yeah, lots of people saying yeah. Looney Tunes has the right idea, though. A lot of people doing at Left of the Box, it highlights an orange. I'm more likely to see it that way out of the corner of my eye. And 56 Nick Rich, again, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Let me know that I was muted. Okay. The worst part is how excited she seems. How excited who is? So, yeah, we have a lot of people in the SandBox. 56 Nick Ridge, Atticus Among Us, Old Grease, John Litham, Hermeteorologist, BCat, Looney Tunes. Welcome, 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 everyone. Hope I'm not, the reference frame. Hope I'm not missing anyone. I'm going to have to cough soon. I'm going to have to cough. Hello, Big Jerry. Did I say hi, Hermeteorologist? Oh my God, it's going to be such a brain fog day. I did do this space on Wednesday. Oh, that was interesting. Let's see. Now I'm crunching on the lozenger. There's only so long that you can go before you have to start crunching on them. Hello, Bobby. There we go. 56 next rich. Some live streamers put their chat on screen. It's fun. I can't do that through OBS. I think there is like a very complicated way to do that, but it's not like StreamYards. It's literally just a button you click. But I'm using OBS, so like I could capture the screen and put it over, but then I would run into issues and stuff. So it's not as simple when I'm going through OBS to do it. But like I said, there are probably some ways to do it. Anyway. Just gotta remember to unmute when I do a coughing thing. Yeah. Oh, hello, Moomy and Silas. Yeah. So to recover from or to cope with illness like I have, because my brain is so fried I can't think properly, which is part of the reason why I wasn't able to work on the TYT essay, because I tried to do some banking during that, and oh my God, I'm so wrong. Hard to string thoughts together and all that sort of stuff. And as a lot of you know, I already have difficulty with that. So it's even worse when I have a cold or any sort of illness. What was I talking? Right. So something that I tend to do when I'm sick is binge watch something. And so there's this program out there, this show that was on my bucket list of series to watch. But when it gets to a certain part in the series, unless I've watched it from the beginning, I'd rather wait till it's over and then I'll just binge watch the whole thing. And I like ones that are like shorter, like just, a few seasons or something of that sort, not network television. So it's not like 24 episodes per season or, something that I could realistically get through in like 4 or 5 days. So I did that. And because I wasn't feeling shitty enough about the world and everything we're doing, I chose The Handmaid's Tale. You see, I thought it was fine, and then I start talking, and then cough comes. Yeah, I decided to binge watch The Handmaid's Tale, and that put me in a better mood. No, it was interesting. I feel like I want to do a video where I'm just, I give my what's the word when you give the feedback on it, when you give your impressions and stuff on it. There's a phrase that YouTubers use when they cover something like that. I'm sure there is a phrase when they go over, what's the word? You know what I mean. To talk about it. Because, I did see some interesting things in it, but the thing that really bothered me, like there's lots of things that bother me, but the first 3 seasons, really solid, good. And then just getting into partway of season 4, it's like it drove off a cliff. Like just completely, like the actors had lost all desire to perform. The dialogue was different. The camera, cinematography, everything was different. The characters were all muted. Like they were strong characters and this and that and the other thing. And then all of a sudden the strongest characters were like very insecure and doing a lot of ums and ers, which was just kind of blowing my mind. But one of the things that I think really struck me as not being able to get into it, not being able to fully immerse myself in it, is it was recorded, it filmed in southwestern Ontario, for the most part in Toronto. And I am super familiar with those areas. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, there's the Grand River right there. Huh, it looks different with bodies hanging off the wall. And I do remember that there were even articles in the local papers and stuff warning people that, so the bodies you see hanging off the wall, it's for a TV series. It's not so much because there's, some sort of a thing going on. So that was interesting. But being so familiar with the areas, it really does take you out of it. It's like, oh, that's the inside of the Cambridge Farmers Market. Uh-huh. Oh, that's inside the University of Waterloo. That's just another part of Cambridge. But Cambridge, for those of you who don't know, in southwestern Ontario, is a very popular place for filming TV shows and movies and stuff, because a lot of the buildings in the downtown Galt area, Cambridge used to be 3 cities, Preston, Hespeler, and Galt, and then they got amalgamated way back when. So in the downtown Galt area, it's a really old settlement, like one of the older ones in Canada. And a lot of the architecture in the downtown area is of older buildings, and there's churches and things of that sort. So when programs want, like, older looking villages and stuff like that, they tend to go there. But it was just weird because it was supposed to be Boston. It's like, this is not Boston. So it was interesting. It was super interesting. And I do have some like thoughts and feedbacks. Did anybody get what I was trying to say on it? No, I don't think anyone did. I don't think anyone did. You know that word when, like, after an episode airs, somebody comes on to talk about that episode and give their thoughts. There's like a specific wording for it. So I am tempted because, I remember a lot of the controversy when it first came out about how a lot of Black women are like, you know what, this is nothing new. It's slavery. Like this happened to Black women during in the United States when there was slavery and stuff of that sort. And you look around the world and things that were happening in The Handmaid's Tale, it's not as far-fetched as we would like to believe. But I think the reason why it was so jarring for a lot of people, because all the handmaids, they were from all sorts of different backgrounds, is that they were modern, like talking about they just had a job in the mall, the ice cream shop that they used to go to, the clubs that they were at. So it was like they just took everyone and plucked them out of, current civilization. And so it was very, very easy to see yourself in them. Because that's part of the point. That's part of, the point of The Handmaid's Tale, is that it is a religious takeover of the current status of the United States. So when you see it in that context, I think a lot more people can kind of relate to it, where it's like, they could see their home, their city being taken over by these religious nut jobs and what would happen and whatnot. I would not survive the initial calling. Because, of course, anyone with disabilities, they eliminated. And yeah, I got my tubes tied at 25, so I would be a very good handmaid, and attitude problems and all that sort of stuff. So I either would have gone down fighting or gone to one of the colonies. Yes, 56 Nick Rich. Slavery is still a thing all over the world. Oh, because let's see. I did not have a string theory joke. Somebody had a string theory joke. Okay, but I need to relax under that. Relax after all of that and stuff. So there's another series that I've decided to a recap, I think. Silas is a breakdown recap type thing, I think is what I was going for. Old Grease is the one who jokes. I keep on wanting to call you Old Geese. That's my Canadian looking at you. Oh, hello, Bad Lefty. But I decided to go back and rewatch and new watch a series. There was a series that I watched partway through, and then life happened and I never got back into it. So I'm going to rewatch it from the beginning. It's going to take a long time, a long time, because it is a network TV one, and it had a whole bunch of seasons. Supernatural. So that one will probably be a lot lighter than, Handmaid's Tale. Uh, yeah, okay. Anyway, I should probably get into like the horrific news of the day. There is a war raging in the Middle East, which was totally avoidable if, Israel and the United States decided not to. Iran wasn't a threat. Iran had a horrific government. We all knew that, Well, people who watch this channel tend to know that nobody was sympathetic to the government in Iran. Horrific government, oppressive government, Handmaid's Tale government almost. In what they would want. Like, that's the other thing. In The Handmaid's Tale, there's a lot of religious extremists that if they could get their way, that's the world that they would live in, which is, very disconcerting. There's so many. I don't care what religion you are. If you're a fundamentalist, you kind of irk me. You kind of irk me. All the religious extremists and stuff like that. That want to force people to conform to the religion. Yeah, that's a problem. So nobody was like, oh, we need to defend the Iranian government and stuff. No, it was a horrible government. Massive human rights violations, all that sort of stuff. But do you know what doesn't help? Bombing a school of children. That doesn't exactly help get people on your side. That doesn't exactly help motivate the masses to overthrow the only protection they have against these foreign entities coming in to bomb their country. So, yeah, and as always, Canada is sitting there like, well, we know that Israel and the United States doing bad stuff, but we're okay with it because Iran is worse. Debatable. And I was worried about Mark Carney's response to it because back in the day when the United States was doing their illegal war in Iraq, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien then said, we will not put boots on the ground. We sent consultants and we spent, tens of millions of dollars, but we didn't put boots on the ground type thing. And I remember at the time that I was so relieved, like just so relieved that we weren't just going to be following lockstep with the United States into a war that was not necessary, that was contrived, that was, it was just the United States being imperialistic. I'm not so sure with Mark Carney. I'm not so sure we're going to get that same response with Mark Carney. In fact, at first, we definitely didn't. And then he probably got just a little bit of pushback from the public, just smidgen. And so he started to change his tune. I'm not exactly convinced that he's going to keep singing the new tune. Should things escalate even more and the United States sends in troops. So, like I said, I've been off a week, so we're going to go back and we're going to kind of follow this in sequence to see how it happened, from a Canadian perspective, with a lot of this stuff and Mark Carney's responses. So some of this you already know. When it comes to new breaking news in Iran right now, it's just, or Israel, it's just a lot of innocent people are dying. A lot of infrastructure is being destroyed. We're kind of teetering on this. Will it get that bad? Will it? If these were European countries, everyone would be comfortable calling it a world war. But will it escalate to the point that the world is doomed? Lots of dark stuff, lots of dark stuff to go over with it. Not to mention the fact that, the way that the United States and Israel bombed Iran, it rained sludge onto the city, one of their biggest cities. Tens of millions of people are going to die prematurely because of this. Then you have the Strait of Hormuz with major oil export. Iran clamping down on that, making it impossible for American ships to go through. So gas prices are going to skyrocket. They already have. They're going to get worse. And so here we have like the Canadian and American government basically telling their people that the population of people living with poverty are disposable. Because, in the States, you'll hear it like, oh, it's just, short-term pain for long-term gain type thing. Like, it's just, this is a good thing. Trump has even tried to say, it's a good thing that gas prices are going up because it's going to mean the United States is going to get richer. No, that's not how it works. But there's a complete disregard for the people who are living at the bottom, like with poverty, because for a lot of us, we've already cut costs everywhere we can. And I'm not yet to the point where I've had to choose between necessities, where I've had to choose, do I get medication this week or do I get food? Do I get, hydro or do I get internet? It's not been that bad for me, but for some people it is. It absolutely is. And, like when I talk about the streaming services I'm watching, I'm not paying for them. So I've already cut back in my life as much as I can when it comes to things that I'm doing while still trying to maintain a healthy lifestyle. But for a lot of people, they're far beyond that. And so when the prices increase drastically, because it's not just gas prices that go up, it affects everything because the supply chain and the need to move goods will all increase. So groceries and clothing and everything is going to go up in cost because it's going to cost more to transport it. It's the people with poverty that are going to suffer the worst with this, that have already cut out so much from their life, that are going to be hit the hardest. And you have governments that don't give a damn. You don't see, Mark Carney saying, what we need is like a new CERB, a CERB for people living with poverty to help them in this time of need with this spike in prices. So if you make below a certain income, then you're going to get these bonus checks every month to help you get groceries, to help you get, your basic needs. No, they don't care. They don't care. The people that live in poverty that are going to really, really suffer the consequences of these government's actions, they don't care. And it's not talked about enough, the way that these types of decisions will impact people differently. Because I've heard it, talked about on the Majority Report and things of that sort. It's like, oh, when gas prices go up and people start hurting, that's when they finally pay attention, talking about American population at large. But even they tend to fail to talk about the fact that there are other people who are going to suffer in ways that are far more drastic than being upset at gas prices. The people living in poverty, disproportionately people with disabilities, and how bad that this is going to be for them, and the fact that there is nothing being put in place to help these people keep afloat during this absolute crisis. And so it's not just a matter of some Americans getting upset at the high gas prices. There are going to be Americans who die because of this spike in increase in cost of living. So, of course, we're nowhere near as in the bad situation as the people in Iran are suffering right now. Of course not. But it's still happening here in ways that people aren't paying attention to and aren't seeing. And it needs to be talked about a bit more. But, you know, Mark Carney, Trump, definitely not Trump. They're not doing anything. A lot of the government officials you see, they'll talk about the war. And we'll get to Don Davies, the interim NDP leader. He's doing a brilliant job talking about this. But it's how it affects the average person living with poverty is not being discussed. So let's see. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the SandBox because, yeah, bad lefty. It's easy for the 1% to talk about the pain they won't feel. So, let's get into some videos. And I don't have to talk. Oh. Okay, let's see if this works. There we go. So, Diana Chan McNally just pointing out, incidentally, Carney is partly responsible for the failure of international order by not outright condemning these illegal attacks from the start, despite the fact that he's not doing so undermines our own sovereignty. So this is from March 3rd. So we're going back a ways. And when this first started, Mark Carney wanted to present himself again as that reasonable one. That one from Davos, who was very well-spoken and saying very poignant things about the way of the world and all that sort of stuff. And I think he wanted to try to replicate that, and he failed. He failed because while trying to replicate it, he disavowed everything that he said during the Davos speech. Which I knew. I was one of the ones that called him out at the beginning. When he first did the Davos speech, I was one of the ones to be like, this is bullshit, and I'll tell you why. Well, here's the, this is the tail end of that bullshit. This is the pile of shit decomposing. I don't know. I'm fucking sick still. So this is Mark Carney trying to replicate that moment he had at Davos. First of all, no, they weren't. Horrible government to their people, but they weren't trying to expand their borders. They weren't bombing other countries. There is a country in the Middle East that is doing that, as randomly bombing other countries and stuff like that. And that would be Israel. They're the terrorist entity in the Middle East, not Iran. Iran terrorizes its own people, and that's horrific. And that should be dealt with through diplomatic pressures and things of that sort to help, liberate the people. Absolutely. But when it comes to affecting other countries, you're looking at Israel. Not to mention, Israel also treats the Palestinians within its borders pretty horrifically as well. How many people has Israel killed? Yes, it did. They had that agreement with Obama, and they were abiding by it. They weren't actively pursuing a nuclear weapon, and he has his security clearance. This guy here has his security clearance. He knows that. He knows it. He knows it. That they weren't doing that. They were abiding by the things. Fuck. Stupid goddamn updates. No.
Canada.
Fucking updates. At least you could still hear me rambling about shit that you weren't knowing what I was talking about. God damn it. I wish that the SandBox and me were a little bit more in line. So thank you, Bad Lefty, for doing the blaring of the horns. God damn it. Totally ruins my groove because I was spitting fire there. Okay, let's get back to it so you know what I'm talking about.
Canada has long seen Iran as the principal source of instability and terror in the Middle East.
And you see, I should know better because on my OBS, it has those green bars of audios that you can see fluctuating. And so if I'm paying attention, I should look over and be like, oh, it's not going off when I'm hearing it. So that must mean you guys aren't hearing. But no, I did not do that because, you know, fucking ADHD. It's hard to remember these sorts of things.
Middle East. The regime and its proxies have murdered hundreds, including Canadian civilians, and caused untold suffering for millions of people in the Middle East and beyond. Despite more than 2 decades of negotiations and diplomatic efforts, Iran has not dismantled its nuclear program nor halted its enrichment activities.
So you can just go back and listen to what I just said about that. Whereas, yes, they did. They were abiding by the agreement. It was all good until Trump went in and ripped it up and then said, how dare you do nuclear weapons? Like he went in and ripped it up and said, and then accused them of not abiding by the thing that he ripped up.
Canada has long supported the imperative of neutralizing this grave global threat. Canada stands with the Iranian people in their long and courageous struggle against the regime's oppressive rule, which is why we support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and to prevent its regime from further threatening international peace.
Done. They weren't. They might now in the future, you know, because they'll need security to make sure that what's happening to them right now doesn't happen again. But you know, if everyone just went by the agreement that was already in place, this wouldn't be an issue. But they wanted it to be an issue. They needed an excuse to do this because Israel's been wanting to do this for a long time. And there's a lot of war hawks and a lot of people out for bloodlust. So they needed a reason to go in, even if it was contrived. So by ripping up that agreement that Iran was sticking to, they could then say, oh, I guess they're going for nuclear weapons now, we should invade.
And security. Because Canada is taking the world as it is, not passively waiting for a world we wish to be. We do, however, take...
Are we taking the world for what it is, if you're not calling out what, you know, the United States and Israel's doing?
This position with regret, because the current conflict is another example of the failure of the international order.
The current conflict was completely avoidable. And so this is a little bit more from that speech, from the sounds of it. It follows on. Somebody's just saying, widespread backlash has forced Carney to incoherently admit that, yes, the attacks on Iran are probably illegal, but we still supported it anyway. Remarkable stuff from Canada. And this is Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. Asked about the illegality of the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran, Carney admits that it appears that these actions are inconsistent with international law. Then what the fuck are you going to do about it? While simultaneously reaffirming that he supports it in context. No, it's okay if they violate international law so long as Iran bad. This is not a principled foreign policy. It is a total mess.
And this is Coors. We take the world...
Alex Ballingall with the Toronto Star. In your Davos speech, you said that one of Canada's principles and the principal aspects of our foreign policy is the prohibition of the use of force that's not consistent with the UN Charter. Now you're saying, albeit regretfully, we've supported this action despite the lack of engagement with the United Nations. So it seems like there's a potential, or it seems like there is a contradiction in those two things. So can you explain how we arrive at that position?
Well, there's a few things, Alex. What I also said in the Davos speech and said today, and this is core, is we take the world as it is, not as we wish it to be. We're not going to passively wait for the world as we wish it would be. We would like international law to always and everywhere be respected. Canada.
You would like that, would you? Well, maybe if you started calling out violations of international law back when they started, you could have a leg to stand on here. You know, back when Israel was doing their genocide. You know, even before that, when they had their apartheid state. Or maybe you should have called out Donald Trump for kidnapping Maduro or putting up a blockade around Cuba. You know, those types of things. Or how about when the United States bombed Iran years ago? How about that?
Intention, Canada's policy itself is to always and everywhere respect international law. So that's the first point. Secondly, I will observe, and I would take up, and it's not fair to your colleagues, but I would take up all the remaining time in this press conference times 10 if I went through the serial violations of international law by the Islamic Republic of Iran over decades.
Name one. So again, Iran, horrible, horrible government to their own people. Oppressive human rights violations out the wazoo. What have they been doing to other countries that would violate international law? Now, let's start talking about Israel again. We can easily start listing off the ways that Israel has been violating international law. So, yeah. Why don't you just, hey, Carney, you seem competent. Why don't you just start listing off some of those things? Like, give the example of like when they did this or when they did that, and there was this time and that thing that they did. And I'm not talking about responses to the United States because, yes, Iran has bombed some United States bases in the past in response to the United States bombing them. So start listing off all the things Iran was doing that was violating international law. And then say this. But he never calls out Israel either. So he doesn't call out Israel for some reason. You know, Israel and the United States are the ones who initiated this, who are the ones keeping it going and all that sort of stuff. But you know what? He doesn't really say, you know, that's bad. They should stop. We condemn that.
Over decades. And all the efforts under the international system to contain those using international frameworks and international laws. It is a failure of the international system that this country repeatedly violated international law, terrorized an entire region.
Again, was Iran the one terrorizing the region? Or was it Israel?
And through extension, the world, including the murder of Canadians. Let's not forget that. Repression of women. The murder of 15,000 of their citizens within the past few weeks for protest. Now, brings us to the question, though, which I think is in your question of the current situation and its perspective relative to international law. And look, the first thing I'll say with respect to that, it's for the United States and Israel to make the case. And for whether or not that is the case. And it's
it's up to the United States and Israel to tell us if they're violating international law. We'll let them make the case for it, one way or the other, and we'll wait to hear from them.
For others, more expert than me, non-lawyer, certainly non-international lawyer, who are more expert to make that determination. And that said, well, Canada was not asked to participate. You know that. We were not informed in advance. We were not asked to participate.
But there were still some Canadians involved.
Prima facie, it appears that these actions are inconsistent with international law. So we would not have been in a position earlier this week, or the weekend, I guess, to take a judgment that met our standards if we had been asked to participate. We weren't. We haven't made that formal judgment. It's for others to make those judgments.
He's probably just thinking, you know, whatever God he prays to, that he wasn't asked directly. Because he has this little out. He has this excuse. He has this plausible deniability about what Canada would have done. Because if Canada had been asked, I'm pretty sure Canada would have been involved. I'm just saying. But he finally said that, you know, what the United States and Israel is doing is inconsistent with international law. But do you condemn it? What you going to do about it?
As I said, Alex, we were dealing with the world as it is. So in the context of what's happened, what's been begun, we support the efforts to end the Iranian nuclear program.
It was already over before. It's not a thing. It's not a thing. Urgh.
And its decades-long process, regime's decade-long process of state-sponsored terrorism. But we remind that international law binds. It binds particularly with respect to civilian infrastructure, and it binds all parties, should bind all parties. We call for a de-escalation. We're prepared to assist in that. Thank you.
I'll pass it, Mr. Carney.
Quel aspect?
Okay. And so UPG is just pointing out Minister Anand deleted this post yesterday, distancing Canada from Israel-U.S. strikes on Iran. Well, previously, in a joint statement from PN Carney and herself, they both endorsed and supported the warmongering strikes on Iran. Despicable behavior. And this is the deleted tweet here. And she's quote tweeting Harrison Faulkner, who is a right-wing propagandist, you know, involved in a lot of the right-wing news networks up here in Canada. So, you know, having the Minister of Foreign Affairs legitimizing you like this. And so she's saying, re-strikes on Iran. It is key to remember that Canada wasn't involved. We weren't notified, and we do not have an intention to be involved in any military strikes or operation. In addition, Canada believes in a diplomatic and peaceful solution, and in my conversations with my counterparts in the Middle East and Gulf countries, this is precisely the issue that I raise. And then there's this. So, at first it's like, well, we weren't asked. And, you know, it is inconsistent with international human law. But also, even though we acknowledge that it's inconsistent with international law, it's like it's probably best that it was done because Iran bad, and also maybe we will put boots on the ground. We'll see. So this is, again, Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East. We are alarmed that Prime Minister Carney is refusing to categorically rule out Canada's participation in the war on Iran, even after he acknowledged yesterday that the U.S.-Israeli attacks appeared to violate international law. So this is him saying this after the whole, you know, rules-based whatever thing he believes in. After acknowledging that, yeah, it's not consistent with international law what they're doing. But maybe we'll join in. We're not going to condemn it, but we might join in. So they said it shouldn't be this difficult. Canadians do not want to join this illegal war of aggression and refuse to let Carney leave that door open.
Prime Minister Carney, you've said that Canada will not participate in U.S. military action in Iran. So can you definitively say that's going to remain the case, even if hostilities broaden, escalate, or are prolonged?
You've asked a fundamental hypothetical in a conflict that can spread very broadly. Today's events, recent events.
You know, speaking as a hypothetical.
Point to that. So one can never categorically rule out participation. We will stand by our allies when it makes sense. There's a distinction between the offensive actions that were taken and are being taken by the United States and Israel, that were taken by them without consultation with Canada, with other.
Again, we had nothing to do with the initial attack. Just saying, we had nothing to do with it.
Allies, and we're not party to those actions. But we will always defend Canadians. We will always stand by and defend our allies when called upon.
So this is no different than when the Americans like J.D. Vance or whoever it was that was saying, you know what? We had to attack Iran first because we knew Israel was going to attack Iran. And when they did that, then we would be a target for their counterattack. So we had to attack them first. And so this is Mark Carney basically saying, it's like, well, we weren't involved with the initial attack and stuff like that. But now that the United States is being attacked in response to their instigation of it, then we might have to help the United States because they're now being attacked for the things that they started. It's not that different. It's pretty much the same thing. It's like, well, now we have to join in because the United States is under attack for attacking Iran. That is like no different. No different. And so here he is. I spoke with Prime Minister today. Canada is a longtime partner of Lebanon and stands in solidarity with its government people as Lebanon has unwittingly been drawn into the current conflict in the Middle East. We call for all parties to de-escalate and respect Lebanese sovereignty and territorial integrity. Who is causing the conflict? Shouldn't you be maybe naming them and calling them out? But this is the full statement here from the Prime Minister office. So Prime Minister Carney reiterated his friendship and solidarity with the government and people of Lebanon as Lebanon has unwillingly been drawn into the current conflict in the Middle East. You know what? Iran also unwillingly drawn in. In particular, the Prime Minister expressed support for the clarity and decision taken by the government of Lebanon to outlaw Hezbollah and Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Prime Minister Carney reiterated Canada's position that Hezbollah must immediately cease its attack on Israel and called for all parties to de-escalate and respect Lebanese sovereignty and territorial integrity. He expressed his support for the United Nations interim force in Lebanon and called upon parties for the safety and security of UN peacekeepers. As longtime partner of Lebanon, Prime Minister Carney committed Canada's humanitarian support to Lebanon and wider regions need rapidly increase. So Hezbollah just needs to stop defending themselves. Hezbollah is the problem. You know, the government that's being attacked, they just need to stop defending themselves and you know, give up. Just give up. Give up. Because it's their fault that this fight is escalating, because they won't just turn over and allow the United States and Israel to do whatever the fuck they want. Funny how Carney isn't talking about, you know, maybe Israel and the United States call them out by name and say that they must immediately cease its attack. But here we have Hezbollah must immediately cease its attack on Israel? They wouldn't be attacking right now if Israel hadn't started. So maybe ask Israel to immediately cease its attack on Lebanon. Problem solved. CJPME just tweeting out, it is a deliberate choice for Canada to name every party except Israel, the one that is responsible for attacks against civilians, civilian infrastructure, and UNIFIL personnel. And so this is Foreign Policy Canada. It's a government account here. Canada is deeply alarmed by the dangerous escalations in Lebanon. We condemn attacks against civilians, civilian infrastructure, and UNIFIL personnel, which are unacceptable. who's doing it. As a long-standing partner of Lebanon, we stand in solidarity with the Lebanese government and people of Lebanon has been unwillingly drawn into the current conflict in the Middle East. Canada recognizes Lebanon's efforts to curb Hezbollah's armed activities and welcomes recent steps taken by the government towards stability with Lebanese armed forces. The protection of civilians across the region must be an absolute priority. Canada urges all parties to uphold international humanitarian law, which, Mark Carney finally admitted United States and Israel ain't doing, and will prevent further mass displacement resulting from hostilities. Canada's continue supporting humanitarian efforts in the region. Yeah, people pointing out not naming the people who did it. Keep being horrible, Canada. Really? And how do you feel about the act of terrorism against U.S. consulate on Canadian soil under your watch? Oh, right. She's a Zionist. Here we go. How come you don't have the balls to say Israel? Escalation by whom? Sanction Israel now, or just shut up? Oh, and this is a right-wing account, so there we go. Canada coming to the rescue. Coming to the rescue. Just like they were sending, what was it? $10 million in aid to Cuba? Well, we're sending $37 million in aid for the civilians of Lebanon, which all could have been saved had the government tried to prevent this from happening in the first place. And it is also just a drop in the bucket. So the Carney government is promising more than $37 million in humanitarian aid for civilians in Lebanon caught in the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. Yeah, that's what it is, crossfire. Not being, directly targeted by Israel and the United States. We call on all actors to immediately de-escalate the situation and engage in constructive dialogue to prevent further suffering, says Randeep Sari, Secretary of State for International Development. He made the announcement Thursday. Who cares? The funding will go through the United Nations and the Red Cross to provide food, medical service, shelter, and clean water. Let's see. The conflict has placed enormous strain on the Lebanese people who have unwillingly been drawn into the violence. That's Anita Anand. The UN says nearly 700,000 people in Lebanon have been displaced by the hostilities that started late February when, at least they say it, the U.S. launched its war against Iran, which Israel joined in. Yes, the U.S. launched the war and Israel just kind of came along with them. Lebanese authorities estimate that number at 800,000 people. But yeah, here's 37 million for you. Try not to spend it all in one place. And this whole situation, it's being run by a madman. Donald Trump is absolutely fucking insane. It's so weird just looking at what's happening now and knowing with the history books, if everything, it's like the history books of the future, trying to imagine what they're going to say about the United States and Israel being the villains of the world. They're the new Nazi Germany, in the way that they're invading other countries, bombing other countries, all that sort of stuff. They are now the baddies. They're the bad guys. They're the bad guys. Yeah. We need like a new meme of, the person with the little skull thing saying, "Are we the baddies?" And it needs to be like American and Israeli troops looking around at all the dead bodies they caused and be like, "Are we the baddies?" Yeah. You are in this situation. So Owen Jones is just pointing out a genocidal post from Donald Trump. We will take, and then he just quotes that. So I don't need to read that part now, but he's lashing out because he knows he's losing. So of course, Owen Jones has been covering this. Go over to his YouTube channel. He has videos. One of them goes over this tweet in particular, or truth from Donald Trump. So Donald Trump says, if Iran does anything that stops the flow of oil within the Strait of Hormuz, they will be hit by the United States of America 20 times harder than they have been hit thus far. Additionally, we we will take out easily destroyable targets that will make it virtually impossible for Iran to ever build back a nation again. Death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. So easily destroyable targets, you mean like schools and hospitals? So you mean to commit war crimes? Because a country under attack is going to leverage something that they know will hurt the rest of the world. But yeah, death, fire, and fury will rain upon them. That is, that is just genocidal speak there. But I hope and pray that this does not happen. This is a gift from the United States of America to China and I wouldn't say so. And all those nations that heavily use their Hormuz Strait. Hopefully it is a gesture that will be greatly appreciated. Appreciate us for putting you all in danger. Appreciate us, or else. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Well, Mark Carney was feeling the pressure. And so it's like, okay, so at first maybe it was, a violation of international law, but we might still put boots on the ground. But now, no, Canada will never participate in Iran offensive, Carney says. So he's turning his tune a little bit more.
Sandee? Joy Malbon in Washington.
No, go back. Where was I?
CTV's Washington.
Is this the right one? I'll have to refresh to make sure that's the right one.
Bureau Chief Joy Malbon on this and also the mixed messages from Donald Trump. Joy.
Sandee, it is the question asked repeatedly. Today, the White House press secretary said the war will not end until Iran's complete and unconditional surrender, whether they say it or not. The Pentagon with new video bombing Iran's missile launchers and destroying their ammunition stockpiles. A fresh round of attacks. The U.S. says it has hit more than 5,000 targets, including 50 vessels.
Today will be, yet again, our most intense day of strikes inside Iran. The most fighters, the most bombers. On the other hand, the last 24 hours have seen Iran fire the lowest number of missiles.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth says Iran is badly losing and there will be...
Yeah, they're badly losing. So let's continue to just bomb the hell out of them. Destroy, buildings that have been around for millennia. Disrupt the population, destroy the infrastructure, forcing a whole bunch of refugees, ecological... ecocide is what they're calling it, when it's just absolutely destroying the land, making it poisonous.
No let up. This as the Trump administration is sending mixed messages when the conflict will end. The president suggested the war's goals were pretty much complete, telling Republicans,
I think you'll see it's going to be a short-term excursion. How good is our military, right?
Trading threats on social media, Trump told Fox News he's not happy with Iran's new supreme leader, a hardline cleric and son of the assassinated Ayatollah Khamenei, saying, I don't believe he can live in peace. Iran's security chief shot back, warning the U.S. president, be careful not to get eliminated yourself. This after Trump threatened to rain fire and fury on Iran, warning the regime against stopping the world's flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz, now at a standstill and sending gas prices soaring. But the White House insists that won't last long.
U.S. military is drawing up additional options following the president's directive to continue keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. I will not broadcast what those options look like, but just know the president is not afraid to use them.
We're on it. We have a plan. Just don't ask us anything about it.
So when will it all end? The White House and Secretary of War both say that's up to President Trump to determine when Iran is no longer a direct threat to America.
Yeah, that's a good arbiter of it. But down here in the article, we also have that thing from Mark Carney. So, Prime Minister Mark Carney told MPs in the House of Commons Tuesday that Canada is not involved in the U.S.-Israeli war and will never participate in it. I'll believe it when I don't see it. The Prime Minister changed his schedule to attend Tuesday question period after being criticized for not answering parliamentarians about Canada's position on the war in Iran. Carney was asked a few questions about the conflict Tuesday. Conservatives chose to grill the Prime Minister on public safety, inflation, and affordability. Black Québécois leader Yves François Blanchet did raise the war in Iran and criticized Carney for traveling the globe like Marco Polo. Okay, I think... there we go. So Canada's stance is clear. Canada supports the necessity to prevent Iran's nuclear program and the export of terrorism, Carney said in French. Canada is not participating in the United States and Israel offensive and never will participate in it. Blanchet later asked Carney whether he's met with European leaders and whether they had come to a common position on Iran. So anyway, just wanted to point out that Mark Carney changing his tune yet again, but I'll believe it when I don't see it. I have no faith in Mark Carney and what he says. So until I don't see any Canadian boots on the ground, I won't believe it. Because it would not surprise me at all if things get heated enough. And if there is, I don't know how, but some sort of change in public attitude towards the war, that Mark Carney won't jump right back on board. Or do it quietly, under the radar. Like how we're still selling weapons. And we'll a little bit more on that later on. But how we're still selling weapons to, countries committing genocide. So he'll find a way. It just won't be the most public of ways. It'll be just, a little under the radar. A little under the radar. But, here's the other option that we could have had in power right now is Pierre Poilievre. And so Ruba here is just saying we are governed by people who gladly be war criminals when given the chance. They arm Israel and Gaza and will gladly bomb schools and hospitals anywhere else as long as it serves Zionism. Canada has a huge Zionism problem. And a reminder, Pierre Poilievre once said, not too long ago, that if Israel were to bomb the nuclear sites in Iran, it would be a gift to the world.
Support, you said explicitly it's in our interest that the regime is replaced. Will you say explicitly whether you support what the U.S. and Israel have been doing and whether you believe that any of it is in accordance with international law?
Well, we already said that. We support the action to overturn the regime because this is a regime that has killed Canadians. They killed over 100 Canadians. They have 700 agents on Canadian streets terrorizing our Persian and Jewish communities, carrying out terrorist attacks against our people. This is the
There is a country actually responsible for assassinations on Canadian soil. That would be India. But, him and Carney are all buddy-buddy with India. But I haven't heard in the news of Iran committing assassinations on Canadian soil, like over here. Again, Iran, a whole lot wrong with it, but this ain't it.
biggest state sponsor of terror in the world. That is why we have not equivocated.
The biggest state sponsor of terror in the world is the United States.
We also need to focus on what we control at home, what we control, which is here at home, to secure our borders against these terrorists, to bring down energy costs and food prices for our people. And that's what we as conservatives are going to do here at home.
Support you.
And this is what we could have. So this is Don Davies. He's the intern NDP leader. Moral clarity on the Iran war is needed now. The NDP is calling on Carney government to condemn the attack and state it violates the UN Charter, rule out any Canadian military participation, and call for a ceasefire and multilateral diplomacy. Here's my speech in the House. This is a long speech, but it's really good. So I'm going to increase the speed of it because it's about 9 minutes long, but he nails it. Like this is what I wish Mark Carney was saying. And it's just, it's unfortunate that right now we don't really have an NDP party, that it's so fractured the way that it is. instead of where we could be in a position where there was like a NDP leader who was out there being strong and aggressive on this and being able to get the media attention they deserve, because Don Davies does a really, really good job here of breaking down the whole situation and Canada's involvement.
Mr. Speaker, there are moments in global affairs.
So like I said, I'm going to speed it up. I watched it at 1.5 and it was still legible. So let me know. I'll keep my eye on the SandBox. If it's too fast, let me know and I'll slow it down to 1.25. But I was able to understand everything at 1.5 speed. And again, it is, well, it's almost 10 minutes long. So, but you know, I feel like it's very important to listen to because he covers a lot of the bases in this. No, actually, I listened to it at 1.75 speed.
The decisions of powerful nations echo beyond their borders, when the international order is tested, when rules meant to prevent mass violence are cast aside, and when innocent people pay the ultimate price. We are living through such a moment now. On February 28, the United States and Israel launched coordinated airstrikes against Iran. This was a patently unlawful act of aggression, and the consequences were entirely foreseeable. Iranian retaliation across the region, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and a rapidly escalating conflict with massive damage and loss of innocent lives. It's a war being prosecuted with appalling brutality and disregard for international humanitarian law. Instead of protecting civilians, U.S. and Israeli forces are deliberately striking non-military sites and civilian infrastructure.
Yep. He's going for it. He's saying it.
Pattern disturbingly reminiscent of Israel's recent siege of Gaza. Targets hit thus far include a girls' elementary school attacked by missiles once to kill the children, then again to kill the parents frantically looking for their kids. Hospitals, desalination plants, oil refineries, and historic cultural sites. Densely populated cities are being carpet bombed. The death toll is now in the thousands. These are war crimes. This disregard for civilian life is no accident. It is being openly celebrated by the Trump administration. On March 2, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth declared the United States will not be following, quote, stupid rules of engagement or fighting a, quote, politically correct war. Instead, he said death and destruction were the prime objectives of the U.S. forces. And what has been this Liberal government's response to this illegal, dangerous assault? A position that is unprincipled, contradictory, and incoherent. In fact, it has changed almost daily. The Prime Minister's initial response offered a full-throated endorsement with no caveats, conditions, or even mention of international law. That is a telling and tragic omission. Under the UN Charter, force between states is prohibited, except in two prescribed circumstances: self-defense from an actual attack or authorization by the Security Council. These strikes met neither test. Trump administration officials themselves admitted there was no intelligence suggesting Iran planned to attack the United States, and neither the U.S. nor Israel even attempted to bring a case before the Security Council, the only body under international law empowered to determine when the use of force is lawful. Put bluntly, this attack is clearly and completely illegal under international law. Moreover, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that their inspectors had found no evidence of a coordinated Iranian program to build nuclear weapons.
Thank you. Yes, this is important. This is the whole premise of the United States and Israel going in, and Mark Carney saying over and over that they must not have a nuclear weapons program. And Don Davies here is pointing out, they don't. No, they don't. And he's finally just saying that there's no evidence of that happening. So Bad Lefty, this is the interim leader for the NDP, the federal NDP. So they're under a leadership race right now. So he is the acting leader of that party. And that's the New Democratic Party.
On the contrary, at the very time the U.S. and Israel attacked, negotiations were ongoing, with mediator Oman saying significant progress was being made and that Iran had made all the necessary concessions asked of it. This is against the backdrop of Donald Trump himself ripping up the previous nuclear agreement with Iran that had, by all accounts, been working, as well as the bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities and scientists by Israeli forces last June that Trump said at the time conclusively took out Iran's nuclear weapons capacity.
Again, thank you for just saying this because, yeah, Trump ripped up the agreement. Trump already bombed these areas. Trump has already said that it's wiped out Iran's nuclear capacity. So they have no ground to stand on when it comes to their excuses for why they're going into Iran. And Mark Carney is just stepping in lockstep with the United States and it's like, well, we'll leave it up to Donald Trump to tell us if he's, violating international law. But here's Don Davies just laying it out.
Yet our Prime Minister chose to endorse this war. Only 4 days after doing so, he then admitted that the attack appears inconsistent with international law, but in the same breath declared he supports it with regret. Then, when asked directly whether Canada might participate militarily, the Prime Minister refused to draw a firm line, saying only one can never categorically rule out such participation. Mr. Speaker, this is untenable. One cannot logically and ethically acknowledge that a war is illegal, but continue to support it and refuse to rule out participation in that very illegality. More disturbingly, the words and actions of this Prime Minister completely contradict the foreign policy doctrine he outlined at Davos just weeks ago. There, he told the world that Canada and other middle powers, quote, are not powerless, that we have the capacity to build a new world order based on our values, such as human rights, sovereignty, and respect for territorial integrity. He said that we aim to be principled in our commitment to the prohibition of the use of force, except when consistent with the UN Charter.
Just laying it out there, more facts for you. Just, I don't know how anyone is still supporting Mark Carney in this. After what he said at Davos, compared to what he's saying now, how everyone isn't just seeing him for the fraud he is.
And he claimed that middle powers must, quote, live the truth by, quote, acting consistently, applying the same standards to allies and rivals. Mr. Speaker, Canada has rightly condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine as illegal. But when the United States and Israel launched airstrikes that equally violate international law, the Prime Minister offered his support. This is a stark betrayal of the Prime Minister's own words. In our view, Canada's security has always depended on a rules-based order that constrains great powers. The moment we decide international law applies only to our adversaries, we undermine the very protections that shield countries like our own. This is not just my position as leader of the New Democratic Party. Former Liberal Foreign Affairs Minister Lloyd Axworthy has been blunt in his critique of the Prime Minister's approach. Mr. Axworthy said Canada is abandoning its historic commitment to preventing illegal aggression. He warns the Prime Minister is becoming a, quote, complicit partner to Trump's ambitions. And he indicts the Prime Minister with endorsing Trump's new obsession with becoming an imperial power, calling that, quote, the worst kind of situation for Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canada ought not continue down this path. The time for ambiguity is over and principled clarity is required now. That's why New Democrats are calling on this government to take 3 clear positions immediately. Condemn the war and explicitly recognize it violates the UN Charter, categorically rule out any Canadian military participation, and call for an immediate ceasefire and a return to multilateral diplomacy. I'd like to address the key arguments raised by Liberals and the Conservatives throughout this debate. First, that Iran's regime is oppressive and dangerous. New Democrats are under no illusions about the Iranian regime or its brutal repression.
Again, stating the obvious here. Yeah, we know Iran is bad, but, bombing the country isn't the solution to it.
Nor dismiss concerns about nuclear proliferation. But an illegal war is not the answer. It can never be, if we desire a world of order, security, and justice. The real remedy is harder. Diplomacy, engagement, arms control, and rigorous inspections, tools that were working when this war was launched. Furthermore, we know from painful experience what follows U.S. regime change wars. Similar attacks on Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and Syria did not yield stability or democracy. On the contrary, they are now lawless, fragmented societies, economic basket cases run by those we once labeled terrorists with prolonged conflict, civilian suffering, mass displacement, and regional chaos. Most fundamentally, the events unfolding in Iran today will not bring freedom to their people. It will bring catastrophe. Second, we heard the argument that with tariffs already weaponized against our economy, Canada cannot risk further retaliation from Donald Trump. We must be honest about what that position demands, placing a price on Canada's independence, reputation, and humanity.
I just put it back to normal speed because the video is almost over, but yeah, he's just spitting fire here. Like, this is the speech I wish Mark Carney would have given at Davos. Like, the type of principles being underlined in this is, okay, I wouldn't have believed him, but this is what I wish I was seeing out of the federal government, like the people who actually have the ability to do something, because this is the right move.
In this House, that Canada's ability to chart our own foreign policy was not gifted to us. It was earned through immense national sacrifice. And it cannot be sacrificed on the altar of expediency or by bending to a bully. But I think the best answer is to quote the Prime Minister himself again just weeks ago in Davos. He invoked Václav Havel's image of the greengrocer who placed a sign in his window to avoid trouble and signal compliance. And he proudly declared that Canada was taking the sign out of the window. He said that if we think we can go along to get along, to accommodate, to avoid trouble, to hope compliance will buy safety, it won't. Mr. Speaker, what sign has the Prime Minister put in Canada's window by his recent statements and clear contradictions? It's a sign that says our values are conditional, our words lack integrity, our foreign policy is for sale. That is not the Canada New Democrats envision, and we believe it is not who Canadians want us to be. On the gravest questions any government can face, whether to commit our country to war, whether to implicate Canadian forces in illegal violence, whether to abandon the principles we proclaim, Canadians deserve clarity, consistency, and moral courage. That is what we owe the people we represent. That is what I and my New Democrat colleagues are here to demand tonight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just wonderful, wonderful, spot-on speech. Okay, so Mumi asked for me to toss this link into the SandBox. So this is on Twitter. If you don't have access to Twitter, I would suggest just going onto YouTube and seeing. He probably has a YouTube page, and seeing if it's on there. There should be other ways to watch it other than Twitter, because I'm sure they know that not everyone has access to Twitter. I'm sure the NDP knows that and is on top of it. Yeah, they're great with that sort of thing. I'm being sarcastic. The NDP is actually really bad at that sort of thing. So maybe not. I hope. So you can go onto YouTube, just look for Don Davies or the NDP YouTube pages, and you could probably watch it there as well. But if you can watch it on Twitter, there's that. You can also just type Don Davies speech into Google and see if it shows up there. And sometimes you don't need the app open to watch it. I don't know. So yeah, got a little kitty come up. There we go. Sorry, you come up. Everyone will want to see you, evidently. Come on. Everyone will want to see you. Getting in the middle of my news. Super kitty. Okay, sorry, sweetie. You gotta go down. Come on. Come on. Go off. Gotta get back to this. Okay. And so more from Mark Carney. I spoke with G7 leaders today on the situation in the Middle East. We condemn Iran's strike against civilians and civilian infrastructure, underscored the need to prevent further regional escalation and focus on global implications of the crisis. What the fuck is this, 1984? Again, you're condemning Iran for defending themselves. That's what he's doing here. He's condemning them for fighting back, for defending themselves. You need to call out the United States and Israel in these comments. Like, this is just so absolutely, oh, fuck, what's the word? Ass first backwards? Ass fist backwards? No, that's not it. This is so astrally backwards. Ass fart backwards. We'll go with that one. This is so ass fart backwards that he is, again, calling out Iran for defending themselves, but isn't calling out, Israel and the United States. And this is the statement, again, from the government of Canada. The Prime Minister Carney and President Macron discussed the escalating situation in the Middle East. They condemned Iran's strike against civilians and civilian infrastructure and underscored the need to prevent further regional escalation. Meanwhile, Israel and the United States have demolished buildings that have been around for millennia. Historical sites, schools, hospitals. I think those are civilian targets there that Israel and the United States did. The first day that school of children that had a double tap from the United States, where they killed the kids, and then when the parents came to frantically look for the bodies, another strike. Why aren't you condemning that, Mark? That should be condemned. The leaders underscored the opening secure access through the Strait of Hormuz, Prime Minister Carney emphasized Canada's support for efforts to safeguard international shipping and ensure freedom of navigation. Could you please just open up the markets again? Scooch on. Just open up the markets. Prime Minister Carney and President Macron discussed the global economic implications of the crisis, including the impact on rising energy prices. The Prime Minister welcomed the President convening G7 leaders tomorrow to coordinate and thank them for blah, blah, blah. They agreed to whatever. And Anita Anand, again, doing a whole lot of nothing. So this person just pointing out Canada's first priority should be expelling Israel's ambassador to Canada. Israel inflicted a petrochemical catastrophe on the 9 million civilians of Tehran. I cannot fathom how you're unable to meet this moment with even one iota of moral clarity. So here's Anita Anand. The events unfolding in the Middle East require Canada's approach to remain steady and principled. Canada doesn't have principles. Our priorities are to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. Got news for you. It's done. It was done. What you're doing now might encourage them. Hello for the raid. Thank you so much. Kevin, Logan, and viewers, welcome, Pawn Jumpers. Just talking about Canada and the glorious principles we have. Super appreciate it. Please check out my channel, Left of the Box, Canadian Politics with Sarcasm and Sass. A lot of sarcasm these days. A lot of sarcasm. But I appreciate you guys coming over, and I'm just talking about how Canada is totally, completely principled in how they deal with international conflicts. You see there? That's some of that sarcasm I was talking about. I'm also recovering from a cold, so forgive me for my brain fog, which will be thicker than normal. So, work with international partners to support de-escalation and promote stability across the region and prioritize the safety and security of Canadians abroad. And didn't do dick all for the Canadians in Gaza.
In closing, Mr. Speaker, at moments like this, Canada's approach must...
Oh, did I get a second raid that I missed? Did No Justice also pop in? Thank you so much. Super appreciate it. My brain is kind of fried right now. But yeah, everyone go check out Kevin Logan and No Justice. They do great work. Cross pond. And someday, maybe, if I knew how to contact them, we could get into a collab situation. That would be great.
Remain steady and principled. We will continue to support efforts to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and hold the Iranian regime accountable for its actions. We will continue to work with international partners to reduce tensions and promote stability across the Middle East. And above all, we will continue to prioritize the safety and the security of Canadians abroad.
Oh, you kind of missed that one. So for all of you Pawn Jumpers that are just coming over here, I just showed this speech from Don Davies. He's the intern leader for the federal NDP. Brilliant speech. I posted the link in the SandBox so you can search for it or you can see it on Twitter. I recommend go watch it. It is a brilliant, on point, spot on speech. It is almost 10 minutes long. But here's another one from him that's a lot shorter. And this is him on our cable news, CBC. Yeah, our Corporations Before Canadians broadcasting network. Truly, and so David Dole from the Rational National is just saying, truly impressed by Don Davies here. The NDP has been the only Canadian party with coherent position on the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran. And so Don Davies saying, I spoke to, that is the Corporations Before Canadians news network of ours, about the war on Iran. Canada needs to take principled, lawful, and consistent approach to foreign policy issues. And this is also longer, so we'll watch a bit of it, and then I'll put the link into the SandBox. But again, he probably has a YouTube channel, so you can go check it out there as well. Or we can watch it at 1.5 speed. We're going to watch it at 1.5 speed.
UN Charter. Well, there's no question.
You had gone into the debate calling the government's communications on the war contradictory and unclear. Did the debate last night change anything for you?
No, I don't think it really did. The fundamental question, I think, here is the illegality of the war itself. And what's interesting is that Prime Minister Carney in Davos just weeks ago was very clear that Canada was committed to a principled approach in these matters, saying clearly and explicitly that Canada would only support the use of force when it was in conformity with the UN Charter. Well, there's no question that the attack by the US and Israel is a violation of the UN Charter. So the fact that the Liberal government still supports the attack, albeit with regret and albeit with shifting kind of adjectives about the way it's been prosecuted, I think is fundamentally wrong and a betrayal of what Canada's position should be and what Mr. Carney said it would be.
So again, it's nice that he's able to actually get onto Canadian networks and say this sort of thing, because quite often CBC is very guilty of doing this. They'll bring on, experts that are all like Zionists, that are all pro-war and warmongering and all of that sort of stuff. But very rarely are you going to see them bring on somebody from Tehran, who just saw their city pretty much obliterated, where it was raining black rain and everyone there is poisoned. Pretty much everyone there is poisoned now. It's going to cost millions of lives because millions of people are going to die prematurely because of what the United States and Israel did. But you're not going to see those people on CBC too much, but you'll see the war hawks. You'll see Zionists. Fortunately, since he is the intern leader, you get to see him from time to time, Don Davies.
There was ample opportunity for the Prime Minister to attend the debate last night if he wanted to. And I think it was unacceptable that he chose not to. I mean, this is the House of Commons. As I said in my speech, there are very few issues of more profound importance to a country than when war is involved or the prospect or possibility of Canadian forces being engaged in war. And I think it's incumbent upon the Prime Minister to be accountable to Parliament and to the Canadian people. And last night was an opportunity for him to come into the chamber to express his position clearly after it had been changing so many times and clarify it to Parliament. And he chose not to do that. And I don't think that was responsible.
How would you characterize the changes, the evolution, however you want to say it?
Well, as I've said, it's unprincipled, it's contradictory, and it's incoherent.
Yep, that sounds like Mark Carney.
First he comes out with a full-throated support for the attack by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. 4 days later, he didn't say he changed his position. He said he took that position with regret. That's not a change of position. That's adding his emotion about it. And then he started to admit that, yes, this was in fact a violation of international law, which once again brings up the issue of the contradiction to what he said in Davos.
Diamond weight loss. Is there a right of the box in a parallel universe? No, it's in this one, and it's done by me, and we kind of fight each other. It's kind of like how they put a fast food restaurant right beside a gym. Be hilarious if I actually could pull that off.
You can't tell the world that Canada wants to be a principled middle power, where we will only endorse the use of force when it conforms with the UN Charter, and then just weeks later support an airstrike that does not have conformity with the UN Charter. That's simply incoherent.
A common thread is that the main concern is that Iran does not acquire a nuclear weapon. Do you think part of the problem is that the government seems to have assumed from the outset that that was the primary impetus for the war, and that has become less clear from the American side about what this war is really about?
Well, I think anybody who's been watching Donald Trump and Israel and Iran over the last number of years would recognize immediately that this was a pretext for an attack. I mean, Donald Trump himself ripped up the agreement that was in place, negotiated, where Iran's nuclear weapons program was inspected. He ripped that up. Last June, Israel attacked nuclear facilities in Iran and scientists, and Donald Trump himself triumphantly claimed that that was the end of Iran's nuclear weapons program. And of course, at the time of the attack, you had the foreign minister of Oman, who was conducting negotiations with Iran and the United States, who claimed that Iran was agreeing to all the concessions that were asked of them. And then you had, of course, the International Atomic Energy Commission Director General, who said that their inspectors had found no evidence of a nuclear weapons program.
Again, just laying it all out there that the reason that the United States and Israel went into war does not exist. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if that agreement was purposely ripped up so that they could then say, oh, I guess they're going for nuclear weapons. They purposely ripped up that agreement just so that they would have this pretext.
I can't understand how the Carney administration would have been so irresponsible so as not to look into these matters before taking a position that Canada supported such a strike. A war is either legal or illegal at international law. And it's very clear in this case. There's no doubt about it. Even the Prime Minister has admitted it. It's illegal. So you can't after the fact then try to make an illegal act somehow justifiable. Number two, look, we have no illusions about the oppressive nature of the Iranian regime. In fact, the entire region is littered with oppressive theocratic regimes. The question is what's the best way to deal with that? And we say an illegal war is not the correct way. It can never be. We have to have a rules order that Mr. Carney called for in Davos, where case should be made at the UN Security Council. And finally, what I would say is this. Not only is it illegal, Not only is this a fundamental contradiction of what Mr. Carney has said, but it won't work. If you look at the region, the US has attacked and attempted regime change in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in Afghanistan, and to a country. They're economic basket cases. They are non-functioning societies. Democracy and stability has not been brought to any of them. We have to be consistent with our positions. If the war is illegal, it should be condemned as such, and we should be calling for diplomacy and multilateral talks to resolve the issues, and simply unleashing what is appalling violence on the civilian population of Iran is not going to bring about the results that I think we all want to see.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So I'll also toss this one into the sandbox for people who want to watch it at regular speed. I could tell you about our nuclear weapons, but then I wouldn't have a channel anymore. So here's another NDPer who is a little bit on the right track and just, points it out. So Wab Kinew is the premier of Manitoba, and he's NDP most of the time. I say most of the time because he's he likes the cops, and he also gave a very heartfelt message about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So I have my issues with him, but no, he points out exactly what this is. This is Trump also, wanting to do this instead of the Epstein files.
I hope this war in Iran ends. These gas prices are too high, and kids are being killed for no reason. Even the Trump administration cannot explain why they're at war in Iran right now. And I mean, the Epstein file seems to be as good of a reason as anyone else can figure out. So stop the war. So we're going to keep an eye on it. We're always going to be there to help you. We cut the gas tax once. We brought it down permanently afterwards. So we're going to be there to help with the cost of living. But right now, Donald Trump is public enemy number one when it comes to our economy and the average person keeping your head above water. So, yeah.
And just a little bit more news from Al Jazeera, and this is more in relation to what was happening in Gaza and what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. That, again, we can't forget to keep an eye on what's happening there throughout all of this, this existential crisis that we're going through globally with what Israel and the United States is doing in Iran. But we can't forget about the Palestinians in Gaza and in Israel and the West Bank. They're still under attack, and rape has been legalized, pretty much. So this is from Al Jazeera. Israel drops charges against soldiers in Palestinian detainees abuse case. And this was the doctor who was raped to death, and it was caught on camera. Israel has dropped all charges against 5 soldiers accused of sexually abusing Palestinian detainee at a military detention facility. Israeli media outlets have reported closing a case that became one of the most divisive in the country's recent history. The military announced the decision this week, more than a year after footage of the assault on Saeed Timan. No, again, I don't do names. Desert facility holding Palestinians detained during Israel's genocidal war against Palestinians in Gaza was broadcasted by Israeli television, triggering international outrage. The incident, which occurred on July 5th, 2024, resulted in the detainee being admitted to hospital. A doctor at the facility, Professor, that name, told Israeli newspaper Haaretz that he was so shocked by the man's condition that he initially assumed it was the work of a rival armed group. The military's own indictment describes soldiers stabbing the detainee with sharp objects near his rectum, causing cracked ribs and punctured lung, and an internal tear. The U.S. Department of State called the allegations horrific at the time and demanded a swift and full investigation. There ought to be zero tolerance of any sexual abuse, rape of any detainees, period, the State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller said. It is rampant, the abuse, all sorts of abuse to the prisoners in Israel, to the prisoners in ICE custody. the United States and Israel aren't going to investigate themselves on this one and come out with results that are anything other than, yeah, we saw the evidence, we're dropping charges. So I'm just going to... So Major General that name, the military's top lawyer who had filed the indictment and authorized the footage to be leaked to Channel 12, resigned last year and was subsequently arrested on charges including fraud, breach of trust, and obstruction of justice. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, meanwhile, described the leak of video, not the incident itself, as perhaps the worst public relations attack Israel has ever faced. I could think of worse. So somebody's saying the government wants to cover up the rape. That's why they're dealing with the prosecutors and the crime. And then also they go into how there was a riot saying that this should be allowed. But yeah, after they were arrested, basically people went to the prison trying to break them out, saying that they should be allowed to rape Palestinian prisoners. A sweeping UN Human Rights Office report published in January found that more than 1,500 Palestinians killed between 2017 and September 2025. Israeli authorities opened 112 investigations and secured just one conviction. Yeah, it is absolutely horrific what's happening there to all those people. I'm just catching the breaking news here. But Al Jazeera is a good place to go to get a little bit more news that hasn't been so Zion-washed. But a sliver, a tiny, tiny, tiny sliver of good news about charges being dropped, but in this case for a good reason. So Dropsite News is reporting that the British High Court ruled in favor of Dropsite News contributor Owen Jones in a defamation case stemming from an article Dropsite published about BBC's biased coverage of Gaza's genocide. The lawsuit was brought by BBC's Middle East online news editor Rafi Berg. And you can read the full article there, but Owen Jones also just saying, I'm delighted that the High Court has ruled in my favor on the key issues in the libel case brought by Rafi Berg. The court rejected the claimant's interpretation of the article and ruled that it expressed an opinion based on stated material. I stand by my journalism, and if Mr. Berg decides to continue the libel claim, I look forward to defending my article in court. I would like to thank my legal team at the RPC Legal and my barrister, Aidan, whatever his name is, and Dropsite News, which published the articles and has stood by my journalism throughout. Yeah, so basically he wrote an article that somebody didn't like, and so they wanted to sue him for libel without any grounds. And if Dropsite News hadn't supported Owen in this, they could have run into problems. Even Dropsite News themselves, not a huge organization, they had to do fundraisers. And it was covered on, the Majority Report covered it. Owen Jones obviously covered it. But I remember the Majority Report had a couple people from Dropsite News on to talk about this. And luckily, all the money they needed to have a defense against this was raised rather quickly. So that was good. And now officially those charges have been dropped, which is good news. And, you know, any good news we can get in this horrific world at this point, I'll take it. So, with all of that, that's the end of this docket. We're going to check the SandBox. So again, for people, especially pond jumpers who are coming in a bit late, I'm recovering from a cold. So my voice, not going to be as whimsical as it normally is. I'm just going to close all these tabs because my computer's mad at me. I'm also a week behind in news because I didn't do a news live stream last week. So on Tuesday, I'll be doing another live stream. So, which means that hopefully this won't be 5 hours long tonight because I don't think I can handle it. So today I'm just going over what we just covered with Iran and some other federal news, as well as Doug Ford, who's a provincial premier, but is mucking around in freedom of speech in relation to everything we're talking about. And then on Tuesday, I'll be talking about more just generally speaking provincial news, centering Ontario, of course, because Ontario is the only province in Canada that matters. That's some of my sarcasm there. And I will also be talking about queer issues, specifically the attacks on trans folks that are just so rampant right now. It's genocidal too. And I called it genocidal a long time ago. And sometimes people think you overuse that word, but when you look at the specific definition of what makes a genocide, it's genocidal, what's happening to trans folks in the UK, in the United States, in Alberta. Fortunately, it hasn't gone countrywide here, but you know, if we get a conservative government in, who knows? I'm gonna pop in a throat lozenger as we do this, and I might need to go get another drink. So I'm going to scooch back up. Everyone, please like and subscribe. Don't forget to check out my new channel, Sandee Lovis, where I talk about art, writing, and all things creative. I have a whole 3 videos on it so far. This cold has knocked me on my ass. I was in such a brilliant routine, loving it, going to the gym, working on my TYT essay. Everything was in a groove, and then splat. I got hammered with this cold and can't think, can't do anything that requires too much brain processing power and whatnot. Just binge watch Handmaid's Tale because I needed a pick-me-up from this real world. Oh, yeah. But welcome, everyone. Mumi saying it sounds like Trump wants to be the Antichrist. Huh. I think a lot of people are seeing him as being a lot of the religious, like extremist religious folks in the United States see him not, I wouldn't say as the Antichrist, but as some sort of religious figure that is bringing in the end times. Looney Tunes. My social platform is now known as Lie Social. Yeah. So live. Why can some streams also have a comment section, but some chats don't? Hello, Wild West. Iran's nuclear program that never happened in 40 years. Yes, there's montages of Benjamin Netanyahu saying, oh, they're going to have nuclear weapons by the time you get home. Nuclear weapons every year or so. And they put it together as montage, and it's the same thing over and over and over again. But, yeah, they weren't a threat. They're a threat to their own people, again, no doubt about it. Horrific government, but they weren't a threat to the region. And to help the people there, we needed like proper diplomacy, like when it comes down to it, I don't know how you can intervene with other countries. I would like to when it comes to massive, horrendous human rights violations, but what country isn't guilty of them? It's just some happen to be more guilty than others. So there is no, country out there that's like this shining beacon in the sky of what all other countries should aspire to be to. Because they're all responsible for human rights violations. But I wish there was a way that, we could step in when there's such egregious violations of human rights and clamp down on it. But then where do you stop? Like, I know personally what I would like to see, and I believe I'm in the right on these situations. Countries that do genital mutilation, countries that subjugate women, countries that, use rape as a punishment, countries that have child marriage, that don't treat men and women as equal people, that persecute queer folks, like all of that, I would love to see go away in this world. Is there a single country out there that doesn't have any of that? I don't know. You know, a country that doesn't attack vulnerable groups, minorities, immigrants, refugees, that, you know, supplies all the basic needs and stuff like that. I would say that there isn't a country out there like that. So there is no global power. So ideally, it'd be nice if there's a country like, let's say, Canada, that could lead by example and be all those things and show the world that it's possible. Because, you know, I don't want the people in those countries to suffer under those oppressive regimes. You know, to have people just be executed for protesting. To have women, you know, all their rights stripped away and them be nothing more than, you know, a piece of furniture in the house. I want to see everyone be able to live up to their full potential. Because when everyone lives up to their full potential, the world benefits from what they have to offer. You know, it's a global community thing. That when everyone succeeds, we all succeed. Anyway. Also, don't forget you can become a member of the SandBox. When you do, you just help support this channel by, you know, by making it so that I'm not so financially stressed out so much. It means that I'm able to focus more, which means I'm able to make more content, which everyone gets to benefit from. I have a video posted at the top of my YouTube page that you can check out to find out the details more, but just given my experience with poverty and the need to find community, none of my content related to my channel will be behind a paywall. I want everyone to feel included. I don't want anyone to feel excluded because they can't afford to be part of it. JK, if Trump has proven anything, it is that Iran must have nuclear weapons, yeah, to defend themselves. Hello, true democratic North, and yes, this is a nightmare world we live in. Yeah, oh, Greece, it's hard to believe that the Davos speech was just a few weeks ago. Just a few weeks ago. Wow, how the world has changed since. 56 Nick Rich, Abernathy did come up to my lap briefly, but I had to kick him off because he's a big distraction. And getting a fur in my throat right now won't help my situation. Hello, the gay socialist from the UK, and Zeode saying raid. Welcome to the SandBox. Hit that like and subscribe. I hope I didn't miss No Justice also rating, because I also super appreciate it. And hope to someday maybe do a collaboration with all of you. But I don't know how to contact you. All of my DMs and emails are available and open. I'm easy to contact. And check it out. This is obviously a queer-friendly channel. I am pansexual and non-binary. That's why I really like this little painting I did. I'm also an artist. This is a drawing I did. And this is a book I wrote. And eventually you'll be able to learn more about these on my second YouTube channel called Sandee Lovis, where I talk about art writing and all things creative. Please go subscribe to that. I finally realized I should make a video about that channel and post it to this channel because, you know, I posted a video, an intro video on that channel, and it has less than 100 views because nobody knows about that fucking channel. So I should probably post one here where I at least have the chance of more people seeing it because people already are watching my stuff here. So I will do that. when I have the energy. Ah. Hello, the world's ends. And Flow Snake, welcome. I just got to the crunchy part of the lozenge. Let's see. Hello, Doc Davies. No relation to Don Davies, I take it. As I'm sure somebody else has already made that joke in the sandbox. And then the jokes about, is there a right of the box? Maybe, but it'd be fun to do that for like a spoof, but then I'd have to make like a new logo and everything and do the version of me, but like right wing, just for a lark. And no, Canada does not have nuclear weapons that I know. Bad Lefty saying that 9 countries possess nuclear weapons: the United States, Russia, France, China, the United Kingdom, Pakistan, India, Israel, and North Korea. But Diamond Weight Loss is wondering if I have any nuclear weapons under my bed. And that would explain why my hair is so thin, I suppose. I would not have that ability. Old Grease. What's worse is Bob Canoe has a rap song about a friend who died by police brutality. So he has to know. Yeah. Bob Canoe has done some really good things for Manitoba, but he's a bit of a police apologia. He's friends with the police and stuff. Had that speech about Charlie Kirk, so he's not. There is no NDP who has been in power that has actually been the NDP. And when we talk, well, we'll actually touch on it in this live stream, something that the BC NDP is doing. And again, the BC NDP has absolutely been horrendous as an NDP party. But there has been no NDP party that has made it into power of a province that has really, really represented what the NDP is, which is a shame. Because if they did, then they would still be in power. Because when it comes down to it, most people want what the NDP has to offer. But the way that they implement it, the way that they try to, they just fail over and over. And then they're like, well, we still have to give concessions to the right on this and that and the other. And it's like, no, you don't. You need to be boldly progressive is what you need to be. Bad Lefty, yeah, the right to rape riots, absolutely disgusting. It jumped. Where was I? Has it really gone down that much since I started going through the things? No, I saw that. Oh, hello, I get carried away. I lost where I was in there. Oh, well, sorry. Yes, real John, let them insane buy my book. You should. This is how I would fix the world, is get a race of vampires to take over. So if I was in a bad mood today and I told the chat to put an F in chat if they love the Vanguard and chaos ensued. Why isn't it an F when it's rebuffering? And people put an F in there. I forget the connection. Bad Lefty, apparently Trump insisted on his war being called Epic Fury. So when you type into Google Trump EP, it would autofill Trump Epic Fury rather than Trump Instead True Story or Leaked as True. Well, when I first heard it, all I could think of is the Avengers and Nick Fury. And then there were some other names coming out. And I think part of it is Trump just wants to... This is all just a movie for him. It's all branding, you know? Let's see. So Life F is for fail, I believe. I don't know. Yeah. But for some reason, when it starts donating out, people are like, F. Okay, let's get to the next one. It's could. I'm going to have to remember how to say this. Could. Because looking at the word and trying to say the word don't connect to my brain. Bobby owns my book already. Why, thank you. Sandee doesn't know I'm impersonating her while I'm mod. I think I know. Okay. So let's get some moving on. Because I don't know when my energy is just going to collapse, given that I'm still recovering from a cold. Even though next week I'm going to pretend like everything is normal. And get back to the gym and be social tomorrow night, which is why I can't do my second live stream tomorrow night. I'll be out. So my second live stream to get caught up on everything will be Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, and I'll be going over provincial news and queer news. Oh, I think my voice might sound really nice and low and gravelly right now. A little bit more masculine, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Go there, and then I gotta go here. And then I gotta go to Wikipedia page. There we go. So Al-Quds Day, officially known as International Quds Day, is an annual pro-Palestinian event held on the last Friday of the Islamic holy month of Ramadan to express support for Palestinians and oppose Israel and Zionism. It takes the name from the Arabic name for Jerusalem, Al-Quds. Now, I need to do that to introduce the next docket, where Doug Ford got really mad that in Toronto, probably one of the most multicultural cities in the world, celebrates this. They have been for a while, actually. It's been a while. They've been doing it for a while. But Doug Ford wanted to put a stop to it. So Doug Ford is the Conservative Premier of Ontario. And so Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East had tweeted this out, that they are deeply alarmed at Doug Ford's attempt to seek an emergency injunction against Toronto Al-Quds Day rally, which is an annual pro-Palestinian demonstration against Israel's illegal occupation of Jerusalem. This is a troubling effort to use state power to suppress a political demonstration in support of Palestinian rights and poses a serious threat to the Charter-protected freedoms and expressions and peaceful assembly. Public officials have a responsibility to protect fundamental freedoms, especially in the face of political pressure, said this person, VP of CJPME. Seeking to block a pro-Palestinian rally through the courts sends a dangerous message that the charter rights can be curtailed when a political message is inconvenient. That is not how democratic rights work in Canada, and it sets a harmful precedent that should concern all Canadians. And so they have a statement. So this was so timeline, this was March 13th. So this just happened. This just happened. And so this is Doug Ford. This afternoon, I instructed my attorney general to pursue an injunction against the Al-Quds Day demonstration planned for Toronto. Hate, violence, and intimidation have no place on the streets of Canada, and our government will fight however we can. Funny he's saying this when that's exactly what he's doing. He is clamping down on a group of people because of who they are, because they're pro-Palestinian, not because of anything they've actually done. Meanwhile, people like him welcome in, right-wingers, the trucker convoy. So keep in mind that when the trucker convoy was in Ottawa, Doug Ford did nothing but support them in a way. He did nothing to try to clamp down on them. He did nothing to try to open up the city again, a city that he is just as responsible for as Toronto. And then that had to be escalated to provincial government, So first it was municipal, then provincial, and then the federal government finally had to step in to end the occupation in Ottawa. And so Doug Ford doesn't say anything about the truckers. In fact, he went to his cabin, his cottage, to go on vacay during that crisis. But now, because there's a demonstration, an annual demonstration planned for an afternoon, he wants the courts to get involved and put their foot down on it. So I'm going to play this video. I know you will all hate it, but it gives me just a few minutes to go get another drink.
Well, good afternoon.
And just everything he's saying is lies.
I've been disgusted and appalled.
I've been disgusted by him and appalled
by the open hatred and violence taking place in our country. We've seen synagogues and consulates shot at. We've seen entire communities targeted and intimidated. And just yesterday, right across the border, we've seen a hatred few of us can even imagine and understand. When a gunman attacked innocent Jewish worshipers inside a Michigan synagogue, we need to speak honestly and openly about the hatred that runs more rampant on our streets with each passing day. We need to speak hard truths, truths some of us may not want to hear or acknowledge. I don't recognize our country, the Canada we know and love, a Canada that embraces differences, a Canada that celebrates diversity. That Canada is slipping away. If we don't stand up against the open hatred we see in our country today, more violence and hate will follow against every race, every religion, and every community with deadly consequences. That brings me to tomorrow's Al-Quds Day demonstration in Toronto. This demonstration is nothing more than a breeding ground for hate and anti-Semitism.
Where's the proof of that? Is there any proof? No, this is all just a bunch of bullshit lies.
It glorifies violence.
No, it doesn't.
It celebrates terrorism.
No, it doesn't. It's literally an anti-genocide protest that's involved with this. It's about peace. It's about peace.
It has no place in Ontario. It has no place in Canada. That's why today I've instructed my Attorney General, Doug Downey, to pursue an injunction that would stop this hateful demonstration.
So this is a government getting involved with the charter protected rights of freedom of expression. This is an absolute violation of our charter right here, what he was doing. Absolute, complete, utter violation. This is exactly what the charter is supposed to protect against.
If we don't act now, if we don't act decisively, the hatred won't stop.
Oh, right. And did he already mention or who does it? No, somebody else mentions it for something else. Oh, right. No, that's going to be the NDP later on.
Government has a responsibility to do everything we can to protect our communities and put an end to the hate that we see in our province and country. This injunction is worth doing on its own merits. We need to stand up for what's right, for what's just. And no matter what, I fully expect that the police will do their jobs and immediately intervene at the first sign of hate, violence, or glorification of terrorist organizations.
Well, it depends on what terrorist organizations it is, but yeah, the police generally step in to make sure that, things stay orderly for the most part, unless they're the ones instigating the disorder. They tend to do that a lot.
We're so fortunate to live in the greatest country on earth. For too long, we've taken for granted the kind of rights that people are fighting and dying for this very minute. I believe deeply in our fundamental freedom of speech, but nobody in this province has the right to incite violence, and no one has a free license to hate.
Okay, just show where they're inciting the violence, though.
We won't stand for it. Instead of focusing on what divides us, let's come together and focus on what unites us. Let's work together to keep building the greatest province, the greatest country on earth. Let's stand up to hate, however and wherever we can. Thank you, and may God bless the people of Ontario.
The fact that that was still audible at 1.75 speed is saying a lot. Well, here is Shane, here, criminal defense and human rights lawyer, talking a bit about this situation and some good news. So he says, brief reflections on Premier Ford's attempt to stop Al-Quds Day in Toronto. At 2:30 p.m. yesterday, so that was on the 13th, and this rally was for the 14th, Premier Ford announced, I've instructed my Attorney General to pursue an injunction against the Al-Quds Day demonstration planned for Toronto. Our volunteer legal team had less than a day to prepare for our position on behalf of Al-Quds Day Committee, but we set to work. Challenging the injunction application would not have been possible without the dedicated work of lawyers, law students, and activists who joined together to strategize, draft submissions, and assemble the necessary documents. So Doug Ford gave them almost no time to respond, but they rallied. They rallied. This all had to be done without having Ontario's materials, which we received approximately 1 hour before the injunction application was set to be heard today. There did not appear to be any legitimate reason for the province's 11th hour strategy. It simply made the entire process unnecessarily complex for everyone involved. In our submission, we argue that Ontario's application was politically motivated and that it relied on baseless fear-mongering and anti-Palestinian rhetoric in lieu of meaningful evidentiary record. At paragraph 16 of its decision, the court found that there is no evidence in the record that there were criminal charges arising out of last year's Al-Quds Day rally in Toronto, or that rallies in any of the prior 30 years. So this has been going on for 30 years. And in that, there's no evidence of criminal charges being laid in the 30 years. There is no evidence that participants at last year's rally incited hatred or engaged in hate speech. There is no evidence before me of any criminality arising out of this rally in the past, much less evidence that could satisfy me that there is a strong case that there will be criminal activity this year. Although it was defeated this time, the Ford government has repeatedly shown that it is prepared to disregard the spirit of the Charter and silence voices it disagrees with, especially where Palestine is concerned. Freedom of expression and assembly prevailed today. Vigilance and community solidarity are required to ensure that it prevails tomorrow. And so thousands in Toronto marched to protest the attacks on Iran, Lebanon, and Gaza by Israel and the United States. And so Dimitri is also just talking about this a little bit more. So today, Ontario's Attorney General sought an injunction to ban the Al-Quds rally in Toronto. Downey has his ass handed to him by the court. As the judge observed, the Attorney General made numerous inflammatory claims against the organizers of the rally with no evidence to back up those claims. This is the Attorney General of this province making these unbased claims. This should be a fireable offense. To try to clamp down on any sort of protest or rally with absolutely no evidence. This person should not be the attorney general if this is the type of thing that they're going to pull. This should absolutely 100% be a fireable offense. But Doug Ford wanted him to do that. So, yeah, Doug Ford should be fired too, but that's neither here nor there. That was a long time ago that you should have been. Here's the reality of what happened today. A political hack who masquerades as Ontario's Attorney General tried to subvert the constitutional rights of Canadians. Shame on him and the Ford government for pandering to the hysterical demands of a racist genocidal lobby. No, this is absolutely, he should be fired. This is, he's obviously trying to cater to the needs of, or to the wants of one group, to serve their will, not the will of the people, because this has been going on for 30 years and has never been a problem, and suddenly they want to have an injunction and call it a hate-filled rally. And so this is just more of the judgment that came down. If the rally posed a clear and present danger of violence, I would have expected to see an affidavit evidence from the Toronto Police Service stating that they believed the rally would endanger lives and safety, or that they did not have the resources available to ensure public safety. There was no evidence at all from any member of the Toronto Police Service, the Ontario Provincial Police, or the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Indeed, the only evidence before the court is that the rally organizers have been working with the Toronto Police Services in advance of the rally to ensure that it proceeds safely. The Attorney General points to horrific acts of anti-Semitic violence around the world as a context for its request for an injunction. However, there is no evidence before me to link those terrible acts to this rally. The Attorney General's approach comes dangerously close to asking me to hold some people responsible for the conduct of others. This guy needs to be fucking fired right now. Like right now. To make this type of accusation against a peaceful protest with no evidence, and in fact there's evidence showing, no, the rally organizers were working with the Toronto Police. And Colin DeMello, he's a reporter with Global News. When we go to my live stream on Tuesday, you're going to see he's getting really, really peeved with Doug Ford. Doug Ford is doing things to freedom of speech like you wouldn't believe here in Ontario. He's trying to ban all freedom of information requests, make it so that you can't do a freedom of information request. And Global News has in particularly been using that. Not only that, Doug Ford wants to make it retroactive. So you can never search the government or get a freedom of information request. That's on Tuesday. We'll be going over that. So Colin DeMello, who has used the freedom of information to uncover some corruption and fraud and all that sort of stuff, I think he's starting to take this a little personal. So first, Doug Ford says after the ruling, I'm extremely disappointed. Okay, I have to do this in the right voice that Doug Ford would do this in, or at least that I would imagine. I am extremely disappointed that the courts have refused to put a stop to the Al-Quds Day, which has long been a venue of anti-Semitism, hatred, intimidation, and glorification of terrorism. No, it hasn't. Well, the judge cited Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. When we talk about rights, we need to be clear that every person has the right to safety and security. We need to be clear that no one in Canada has the right to incite violence or free license to intimidate and hate. Okay, nobody was. So you're good, you're good. You know, I just love this though. The judge cited Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms to rule against me. The judge also said that the Toronto Police Service did not need an injunction to preserve the peace. That's unbelievable. If that's the case, I fully expect that the police will immediately intervene at the first sign of hate, violence, or glorification of terrorist organizations. You see, that's It's kind of what they do. Yeah, that's kind of what they do. That's supposed to be their job anyway. Mm-hmm. It's illegal. It's still illegal to incite violence here in Canada. Mm-hmm. I won't stop working to put an end to the hatred and division that runs too rampant on Canada's street. I won't stop working to protect the greatest province in the greatest country in the world. I'm pretty sure that was apt. That was apt. That was exactly how he sounds. Meanwhile, Kavita, I don't know how to say her name. Again, I mentioned before, usually when violence breaks out at these things, it's because the police instigated it. And so here she is. There was no violence from Al-Quds Day protesters. Many of the chants were condemning genocide and war crimes being committed by Israel, crimes enabled by our own government. Here are some pictures of the scary things I saw. Though Doug Ford, Toronto police with big guns while many kids in strollers were being pushed by. Yeah, that's necessary. No. Our tax dollars being flushed down the toilet. This is where our money goes instead of investing in nurses, teachers, and hospitals, housing, social programs, protecting the environment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, nope, that was totally needed for a peaceful protest. A weird amount of support for Donald Trump and counter protesters. Yeah, still got those Trump 2024 flags. Didn't know what to do with those after the trucker convoy was over. Anyway, thank you to the organizers and to the lawyer protecting our charter rights in the face of horrendous suppression. The people united will never be defeated. That's actually a really nice picture right there. Mm-hmm. And so this is from CBC News, just covering this story.
I'm here outside the U.S. consulate in Toronto, where people are starting to gather for an Al-Quds Day rally here in the city. Toronto police say they're expecting around 3,000 or more protesters to show up today, and they have barricades up in full effect surrounding the entire block. The rally has been described by organizers as a show of support for Palestine and protest against Israeli war efforts across the Middle East. Now, today's rally was almost blocked by Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who called on his Attorney General to seek an injunction against it, expressing public safety concerns after a shooting here at the U.S. consulate last week and several shootings at synagogues across the city in recent weeks. Now, some city councillors and Jewish affairs groups have also called the rally anti-Semitic, saying they're concerned about potential acts of hate. Now, that injunction hearing started at noon today and was...
Okay, so we don't need to really go into all of this, I think. We already covered it. Yeah. And so Samara here is just pointing out the man threatening to bring a machine gun to the Quds rally in Toronto today also goes by the name Marshall Sky. He plays the band at St. Louis Bar on Wednesday nights, former hockey coach. That's not surprising. So there is a Facebook group called Toronto Jewish Community on Alert. Here's a post, read Quds Day. Today in Toronto, I'd like to show up with a machine gun. The violence, not coming from this side. I feel like I missed something. There was something in one of these that I wanted to talk about. Oh, right. I didn't go back. Here. So Colin DeMello was saying, Premier Doug Ford, who often insists that he doesn't direct the police, offers a clear expectation with the Al-Quds rally in Toronto. I fully expect the police will immediately intervene in the first sign of hate, violence, or glorification of terrorist organizations. Ford doesn't say what would happen if his expectations aren't met. The Premier lost a court application for an injunction ahead of the rally. So Colin DeMille is getting a little spacey, but yeah. Threats of violence weren't coming from the rally goers. They were coming from the counter protesters. And Samara just shining a light on that. So here's another reporter for the Globe and Mail and CTV. Interesting, this that she sent out. Toronto police confirm one arrest for assault at the Al-Quds rally today. Who was arrested? Laura? You might want to include that in your statement. Who was arrested? Well, 2 people were, actually. She probably tweeted this out before the second person was. So she could have said that 2 people were arrested at the Al-Quds rally today. But she's missing context here. This is from the Toronto Police Service Media Center. News release. 2 men arrested at Al-Quds rally day demonstration, University Avenue, Armory Street, blah, 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 blah. So, on Saturday, in addition, those attending the Al-Quds Day's demonstration, counter demonstrators were also present. During 2 unrelated incidences, 2 men were arrested. It is alleged that the accused, a male participating in the counter demonstration, engaged with victim participant in Al-Quds demonstration who was holding a stick with the Islamic Republic of Iran flag attached. The accused began swinging his arms and fists at the victim, breaking the stick, causing pieces of it to strike the victim in the head. So this guy, 56 of Toronto, was charged with mischief, damaged property under $5,000, and assault. He's scheduled to be in court. It is further alleged the second accused, a male participating in the counter demonstration, followed the victim, a participant of the Al-Quds demonstration who was wearing an Islamic Republic of Iran flag on their back. The accused spat on the victim and ripped the flag off their back. The accused returned into the crowd and was later located among the counter demonstration group. So there's assault, criminal harassment, theft, all that sort of stuff. So, yes, 2 people arrested. Both of them the counter protesters. Both of them the people that you would see posting shit like that. Yeah. Those people. Where was the other picture? There was another picture somewhere. The counter protesters. Anyway, yes, it was counter protesters that were arrested. Laura, you might want to put that in there. That because this is kind of misleading and can go into the fear mongering. It's like, oh no, there were arrests at Al-Quds. Yeah, it was by the counter protesters, not by the rally goers. Now, I've been kind of foreshadowing about BC. So this isn't directly related to Al-Quds or to the other subjects at hand, but it kind of sort of is still related. And there have been things like this that, you know, Doug Ford has been wanting to push in here in Ontario. Reminder, this is an NDP government in British Columbia. I don't care about the Oscars. So, BC government to restrict protests at places of worship. Bubble laws, protest bubble laws. Because what a way to clamp down on your freedom of speech than to make sure that you can't protest in front of places that might be doing things that are a little suspicious, because what this is doing is trying to protect Zionists. Because a lot of those auctions for stolen land tend to happen in synagogues. And I don't like it when there's protesters out there saying, you know what, you shouldn't be auctioning off stolen land. For some reason, I don't know why, that's not illegal here in Canada, but they often happen at synagogues. So what happens, it's not that these religious institutes are being protested for the sake of what they are doing. They often get protested for what is happening in there at that moment. And the BC government is like, you know what, let's make it easier for them to sell off stolen land. Let's clamp down on the freedom of expression.
He is introducing measures to create bubble zones around places of worship so people won't be subject to disruptive protests or harassment. This comes in the middle of escalating hate and violence towards the Jewish community. CTV's Rob Buffum has a...
There's also a rise in escalation and hate towards Muslims and queer folks. This is a sad, sad problem that is happening across the board. Just saying.
Story.
Backstopped by religious leaders and in the shadow of attacks in Ontario, shots being fired at 3 synagogues in the Toronto area in the past week, the Premier announced new legislation Monday aimed at making places of worship safer in BC.
Everybody be able to pray and worship as they wish.
Okay, so the attacks, the guns being fired at the synagogues, bad. Violence, I don't like it. How is a bubble protest law going to stop that? Because those gunshots, they often happen in the middle of the night when there's people less likely to be in those buildings. Again, not good. Don't do it. Violence, I don't like it. But how would a bubble law stop that? How would a law that makes it so you can't protest around one of these buildings stop bad people from shooting in the middle of the night? Methinks you're making a law about something that doesn't exist.
And to do so without harassment and intimidation.
The bills extend the protections around schools brought in 2023. Protections that created a safe zone extending 20 meters beyond school properties. A response to protests and rallies opposing the NDP's sexual orientation and gender identity program.
We have made the decision to extend.
So around schools, it's a slightly different situation than around religious institutions because schools is where the children are. And having a bunch of adults yelling hateful things to kids as they're trying to go into schools, not good. But we don't even really need to watch the rest of this, I think, because it's all the same thing. Because they say, hate, intimidation, blah, blah, blah. All the things that they try to use these bubble laws for to protect people against are already things that are illegal. So you already can't prevent a person from going into the building for their religion or school and stuff of that sort. You already can't harass people. Like, those are already things that are against the law. You don't need to make a bubble law for it. But by making a bubble law around religious institutions, you're making it so that people can't protest when there's something happening in there that should be protested, like the auctions of stolen land. I would say that would be wrong to, protest outside a church simply because of what the religion is and stuff. But generally speaking, that doesn't happen. People aren't protesting outside a synagogue because they're anti-Semitic, horrendous people. People aren't protesting outside of mosques because they're Islamophobic. I don't hear about those types of things, but they do protest when, again, and this is pretty much the only time I hear of protests, when they're trying to sell stolen land in synagogues. And they want to use that as a buffer.
Extend the protections under this law to 2028, recognizing that teachers and families and students attending school deserve to be able to attend school safely.
The new laws also expand those same protections to religious locations, including mosques, synagogues, temples, and churches, prohibiting, at risk of arrest or fine, certain behaviors in safe zones around such places of worship.
This includes physically obstructing access to that place of worship, attempting to persuade people not to go into the building, or purposefully disrupting activities occurring at this site.
Victoria Police said they increased patrols at Victoria's synagogues this weekend following the string of violence in Ontario. And while BC has not recently endured similar levels of violence, leaders in the Jewish community say there has been a spike in attacks.
Yeah, and there's been a spike in attacks from a whole bunch of people. Okay, there's not that much longer to go. So
no question, the last 2 years, there's been some concerning events, mostly nationally, but also local.
And by the way, anti-Semitism, bad. No, don't do it. There is real anti-Semitism, and then there's the people who claim that being anti-Zionist is being anti-Semitic. It's not. And real anti-Semitism should be fought, and that is bad. And Jewish people should be able to feel safe in this country.
wants to ensure that people who go for house of worship, they will feel that they are not intimidated and they are not targets of hate.
And Rob joins us live from Victoria. Rob, if they're passed in the legislature, how long are these laws expected to stay in place?
Okay, yeah. So one of them is sunsetting out. It's going to be extended, and so will the other. So, you see, the thing is that the police are more likely to press charges when it comes to different types of organizations when they're having protests or rallies and stuff of that sort. And the police all tend to be kind of, I just want to say that they tend to lean a little on the right, a little, just a little. This probably shouldn't be a thing, but I'm not surprised that it is. So here we have Edmonton police chief travels to Israel to meet police leaders. Yes, the police chief of Edmonton, the largest city in Alberta. Just going over to chum up with people in Israel, police in Israel, so they can, give each other's little tricks of the trade and learn from one another. Now, I can't say I'm surprised. I'm pretty sure I've heard before that, our police units do tend to train in unison with Israeli forces. But why is it just Israel? One could say that you're trying to become more culturally understanding of, places and that it's good to get different perspectives and stuff. But then why just Israel? Why not go to China? Why not go to Australia? Why not go to Brazil and do the same thing? It's only ever Israel for some reason.
Edmonton's police chief recently returning from a trip to Israel paid for by the Major Cities Chiefs Association. Chief Warren Dreichel speaking to City News. In an exclusive interview on Tuesday saying his trip was educational. He was there to speak with local Israeli police and tour the sites. Here's more of that conversation.
Primarily the site visits were police stations, police leaders. We never met anyone from the government, anyone from the military or from their intelligence.
I'm sure.
So why Israel, of all the places you can go right now with all the conflicts going on, why go to Israel right now?
Well, I think I'll go back to this has been a long-standing trip. This delegation's gone on for a number of years.
Yep, we've been collaborating with them for a long time.
I don't think at any time you can anticipate the geopolitics of next week or what's going to occur. I think when you reflect on
Yeah, Israel has only been, committing a massive genocide for the past few years, but you never know week to week what the politics are going to be. So, of course, we should still send police over right now.
North America, you reflect on our communities. There are populations that are represented by the populations of Israel, whether they're Jewish or Muslim. And, I think it's important as police leaders when we go to these countries, we understand what's occurring there and how it's informing what's going on in our own cities and our own country.
What can Edmonton police learn from?
Okay, we get it. We get where it's going. Do I want to show that one? I don't think this next one is. There's this that also just, right-wing stuff in politics and police. Not shocking. So Niagara chair resigns after accusations of owning a signed copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf. Yeah, somebody related to Doug Ford there. Or not like directly related to blood-wise, but, An Ontario government appointee has resigned as chair of the Niagara region after being accused of owning an autographed copy of Adolf Hitler's manifesto. A press release Wednesday from Niagara Region Anti-Racism Association said Bob Gale purchased and owns a copy of Mein Kampf signed by Hitler, attaching documents that purport to back up the claims, including one appearing to authenticate Hitler's signature. Gale submitted his resignation not long after that to the Municipal Affairs and Housing Minister Rob Flack, who appointed him to the role just 3 months ago. In his letter, Gale does not directly deny nor admit to owning the autographed book. As everyone knows, I'm a passionate historian with a broad collection of historical art and artifacts, he wrote. My collection includes an 1859 letter from anti-slavery advocate John Brown, and a letter from George Washington, a letter from Winston Churchill, Vatican Archives. I also have a signed copy of the first book of in 1685 about Niagara Falls by Father Henpen. Today, a member of the Communist Party circulated a dated document that listed my name as the owner of a historical book found in many libraries. Yeah. So the only thing that I kind of wanted to point out with this is, like, I could get it. I could get that you want to own a piece of history. Like, I don't necessarily be like, oh my God, this person has a copy of Mein Kampf, because some people want to do research and read it to see what's in it. It's the same as, like, you know, if I were to read the bell curve, it's not me endorsing it. It's me trying to figure out what's in it and how to combat the rhetoric that's in it. If I were to read Mein Kampf, it would just be because I'm trying to understand what's in it. It's not because I endorse anything in it. And I can understand that there's collectors of historical pieces and things of that sort that, you know, if they could get original copies of this and that and the other thing, and they have a wide collection, then I could also kind of understand it. But then why resign? If that's all it is, if it's just that you are a collector of historical artifacts, why resign? Methinks there's more to this, because if that's all it is, that they collect historical artifacts, do I think it would be wrong for somebody to own a copy of Mein Kampf for historical reasons? Not necessarily, but do they keep it by their bed like a Bible? Kind of like what Donald Trump was doing? Then that's problematic. Then that is problematic. But like, if you're just a collector of historical books and letters and things of that sort, then you shouldn't have to resign. You could just say, yeah, I'm just a collector of all these things and I have all these examples. But by resigning so quickly, it gets me a little suspicious that there's more to it. And I can't say again that I am shocked, I tell you, that the conservative government would have right-wingers in their ranks. Just like I'm shocked, I tell you, that the police would go over and work with Zionist Nazis on how to police. Totally shocked. So shocked I could restart the heart of an elephant. Yeah, and Grand Theft Auto Bot, why does it have to be a signed copy of Mein Kampf? Well, one can make a pretty penny from that sort of thing later on. But yeah, the fact that you could get like a copy of Mein Kampf, even an original copy that is a historical artifact, I would imagine it costs him a lot of money to procure a signed copy. Just saying, probably costs a lot of money for that. And so it's like, if I were just to like go into a old bookstore and come across a copy that has a signature, I'd be like, holy shit. And I'd probably take that home and then, you know, figure out what to do with it later on. But to spend probably a lot of money to get an original signed copy, yeah, I'd probably like sell it to right-wingers and then use the money for, like, you know, the most queer thing possible. And then before I send it, rip out the autograph and burn it. I'm a cunt like that. I am a cunt like that. So let's check the SandBox. We just have a little bit more to go through. Federal politics. It's not a terribly long docket, but, you know, it's important to go through. Just keeping tabs on, you know, what the Carney government is up to. Okay, let's see. Where was I? Okay, so we get into the Doug Ford video. 56 Nick Rich, never trust a fascist or racist ever. They're totally useless. Yep. Angela saying obviously getting donations from a certain group, talking about Doug Ford and why he would want to put that injunction through last minute. Probably. Flow Snake, can you pitch shift Doug up as well as speed him up? Sorry, I need to go get a drink and some. I need to go get a drink. So I didn't want to rush it through too fast before I got back. But I did speed it up. I did. And at 1.75 speed, he still sounded absolutely normal. Let's see. I'll be talking a bit about the safe supply stuff on Tuesday with Doug Ford wanting to get rid of all supervised consumption sites. And lots of people just saying how much they don't like Doug Ford for all these different reasons. Yeah. Bad lefty, dirty animals, spitting on people's so gross and, in my opinion, far worse than punching someone. It is. It's disgusting. Hello, Groove Dragon, who is back. Oh, you're all off buying my book, are you? Still alive? Oh, I'll be able to tell because it would show. Let's see. The Wild West, they should change their name to Truth Anti-Social. Yeah. Or Anti-Truth Social, as Bad Lefty says. I think they both work. They both work. And have a good night to Flow Snake. And everyone else, especially you pawn jumpers who are still kind of around. Grand Theft Autobot, motherfucker. Maybe not all conservatives are Nazis, but Nazis sure love hanging out with conservatives. Yeah. Bad Lefty, sadly, that evil signed book is probably worth a small fortune. Yeah, like I said, I'd probably sell it. If I were to come across one in a bookstore, I'd probably sell it, make a pretty penny from it, then ship it off, but tear out the autograph and burn it. And then use the money for a very good cause. But it's just the fact that he was so quick to resign tells me there's probably something more to it. If all you were a collector, then it wouldn't matter. Oops. Jumped. Where was I? Where was I? Groove Dragon, Democracy Now!, Canadian police in Quebec admitted to using undercover officers disguised as protesters during anti-war demonstrations, which raised concerns about their actions potentially provoking violence. This admission came after videos showed police officers attempting to incite unrest among peaceful demonstrators. Yeah, normally it's the police that instigate a lot of the violence at a lot of these things. The Wild West, going to a Trump hotel and there's a Mein Kampf in the desk inside instead of a Bible. Yeah. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, gonna add that to autograph book next to Napoleon's autograph and Alexander the Great's autograph and Rasputin's autograph, and I'll put my so-called Garden of Evil. Oops. And hello, Groove Jagan. I'm feeling better than I was last weekend. Just still recovering from this cold. Okay. So I got a little bit more federal news to go through, and then we'll chill out for a little bit. Been at this for almost 3 hours. Like I said, there's a lot to kind of get caught up on. So Tuesday at about 6 p.m., I'll be doing another news live stream where I'm talking about more provincial level news and queer related news, in particular attacks against the trans community. So, what Pierre Poilievre wants, Mark Carney grants. So Krista Avalos is just pointing out strategic voters made Poilievre the most powerful man in Ottawa. The Liberals are making all of his policies a reality, a brilliant move. Now, I disagree with that statement. Poilievre is not the most powerful man in Ottawa. He's actually a weak, pathetic dork. I think Mark Carney was going to do this anyway. And I wasn't able to read this article because it's from the Hill Times and there's a paywall. But it's something that I'll be keeping my eye on, because a lot of the people were upset with Pierre Poilievre constantly saying that he wants to cut funding to the CBC. That the CBC was nothing more than, propaganda for the Liberal government and stuff. It's a government-funded news organization, which is vitally important to have because, they can afford to do the investigation journalism that a lot of independent places just can't afford to do because they don't have the resources. So I do believe in having the CBC. Does it get biased? Absolutely it does, and it should be called out when it does. But it's important to have that institute available. So if the Liberals were to cut $192 million, that's a problem. That's a problem. So this year's estimates include $1.38 billion in funding for the CBCs, representing a marked decrease from the $1.58 billion allotted to the public broadcaster during the last fiscal year. So I'll be keeping my eye on that, and we should be reporting on it because, that should not be happening. Because a lot of people were upset with Pierre Poilievre, but you know what Pierre Poilievre wants? Mark Carney grants. And it's not so much because Pierre Poilievre wanted it. Mark Carney was going to do it anyway. Another thing that the Mark Carney government is doing that people need to be paying more attention to, this is from the Norwal. Budget cuts at Federal Environment Ministry threaten Arctic science. Research teams at Environment and Climate Change Canada are being dismantled as the federal government reduces the size of public service. The Arctic has been in the news a lot lately between, I think I wanted to skip over some of this. So many scientists who lead projects on long-term trends of toxins in the Arctic wildlife face cuts or might lose their jobs entirely. Department scientists are often the ones who identify and assess chemicals of emergency Arctic concern, newly discovered chemical threats to humans and environmental health that scientists are only just beginning to understand. Losing scientists who lead and interpret contaminant data in Arctic wildlife will take much more from Canada than scientific expertise. We risk losing our ability to understand and effectively react to chemical threats and their potential environmental health impacts. Data collection for unique monitoring data sets spanned up to 50 years is at risk of being discontinued. Even more concerning is the potential loss of national tissue archives if monitoring and research projects are cut. Contaminant data in Canadian wildlife has been instrumental to the listing of toxins under the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants and its internal treaty to control the global production and use of particularly hazardous chemicals. Did it say how much it was going to be cutting by? So scientists on Environmental and Climate Change Canada have played a leading role in more than 20 international reports persisted on organic pollutants and mercury. In fact, departments and researchers have acted as the largest group of chapters in these global assessments since the 1990s. Budget cuts at the department raise concerns about how the governments will develop effective policies and laws that rely on scientific research. Let's see. It would also be a risk for Indigenous communities. So without ongoing research, we risk creating a vacuum in environmental governance and law. Current legislation like the Canadian Environmental Protection Act aims to protect vulnerable populations and uphold the right to a healthy environment and environmental justice. But we cannot uphold these rights if we stop measuring how contaminants are impacting the health of environment, food, water, populations most affected by these chemicals. So I'm just going to toss the rest of this into the sandbox, but yeah. Mark Carney does not care about the environment. Some of the bills that Bill C-5 that he passed. Another prime example of how if he doesn't like an environmental law because it interferes with a project that he deems as necessary, like a resource extraction, they can just override it. And cutting funding to this type of research, it can be detrimental, especially in this time of growing climate change. You know, the stuff that's coming out of the Arctic now is very scary. I was talking to Mark Carney, who is an infectious disease expert, and how locked in the permafrost are viruses that have been out of, the human population for like 10,000 years or so. And if it gets released from the permafrost, oh boy, we'll be in trouble. So we should probably keep all of our research up there. Just saying. So here we have somebody pointing out absolutely horrific. Canada's massive border bill, C-12, has been adopted after its third reading at the Senate. It will become the country's largest machinery of deportation, deporting refugees without hearings, retroactive bans, and mass status cancellation, a mirror of anti-migrant ICE violence. So I've talked about this before. It used to be Bill C-2, but it had to be split up because it was so horrendous, and it still got through. So Amnesty International has actually said how bad this is for immigration and how bad it harms different groups. So it's passed the Senate. It doesn't mean it's law yet, but it will be pretty much shortly. So here is CIC News just saying greatest immigration reforms in decades past key milestone towards law. The Senate has passed a bill containing the greatest reforms of Canada's immigration system has seen in decades, including the ability for the governor and council to vary, cancel, or suspend immigration documents, including work permits, study permits, and permits and permanent resident visas. And this is en masse. Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's border and the integrity of Canada's immigration system, and respecting other related security measures, passed its third reading in the Senate with amendments just a couple days ago. The bill contains three major changes, but the executive powers. Should the bill become law, it would provide the governor and council the ability to issue orders to cease accepting for processing, pause the processing, or terminate the processing of immigration applications. And this could be done for a group of people. Cancel, suspend, or vary immigration documents such as work permits, study permit, visitor visas, and permanent resident visas, and impose or vary conditions on temporary residents. Should the bill become law, these powers could be exercised by the governor and council in situations deemed to be in the public interest, which the bill defines as matters pertaining to administrative errors, fraud, public health, public safety, or national security. Very broad and vague. After the exercise of these powers, the immigration minister would be required to provide justification for the orders to Parliament, as well as details on those affected. Asylum reforms. The bill introduces two new grounds for ineligibility for asylum claims to be referred to the Immigration and Refugee Board. Claimants who first entered Canada after June 24, 2020, and made their claim more than a year after the first date of entry, post 1 year claimants, and claimants who entered Canada from Canada-US land border outside of port entry. Canada's current protections allow asylum claims from claimants who have entered along land borders outside of port of entry. Two new grounds of ineligibility for asylum seekers would apply retroactively to June. So this also includes if somebody has come to Canada, let's say on a student visa, but a certain amount of time has passed, I think it was 3 years, and they didn't claim for refugee status, then they cannot. Even if, let's say on the 4th year, the situation in the country changes to the point that it would be dangerous for them to go back. But because they've already been in Canada, they cannot claim refugee status. Information sharing, allowing departments to just share information without warrants and stuff. Yeah, so to become law, an act of parliament must pass a third reading in the same form of both houses of parliament and then receive royal assent. So because the bill was amended, it has to go back to the House. So, Leah Gazan, when it comes to upholding international law, it seems like Prime Minister Carney can't make up his mind. My constituents in Winnipeg Centre want an answer. I was proud to table the petition demanding the government pass Jenny Kwan's bill C-233 to stop arming governments committing war crimes and genocide. So this is the no loopholes bill that I've been promoting, and I'm sure lots of you have signed the petition. I know I did.
I'm very honored to rise today to table a petition for my constituents in Winnipeg Centre who are expressing their concern with the government's ongoing violation of international law, refusing to close the loopholes in Canada in weapons export that enable Canadian-made arms to be used for war crimes and genocide. My constituents call on the government to close this loophole by voting in favor of Bill C-233, the No More Loopholes Act, which MPs will vote on this week. I will always support my constituents, Mr. Speaker, in upholding international law, which is why I encourage all members in this House to say yes to Bill C-233, and I join my constituents, Mr. Speaker, demanding the Liberal government to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So that vote happened, and I'm sure it will not be shocking to anyone. It did not pass. So CJPME saying breaking Mark Carney's government just voted against Bill C-233, which would have stopped the flow of weapons to Israel via a United States loophole. Canada has chosen to protect those profiting from genocide. We will not forget how MPs voted in this urgent moment. Thank you to the 22 members of Parliament who voted for Bill C-233, including 15 Liberals. So Liberals voting against their caucus, that's risky business there, but you know, it's good that they did at least. So you know, just take a moment, see if you're Liberal, if you have a Liberal MP, to see if they voted against it, because that is good. This one does not count, and we'll get to it in a moment. They're not, well, they are Liberal now, but yeah. So 26 MPs chose to abstain or were absent. The government may have voted down the bill, but they cannot put the issue back in the shadows. MPs are now on the record. Carney has now picked a side. Canadians know the truth about Canada's arms exports and complicity in war crimes. And Jenny Kwan was just responding to this. Today, Liberals, Conservatives, and the Bloc voted to kill Bill C-233. They chose to keep a massive loophole open that exempts 50% of Canada's arms exports from human rights oversight. The Carney Liberals talk about values, but their actions say otherwise. Due to the state of my voice, I will not be reading this, but feel free to freeze the screen right now to read her full statement. Page 1 and page 2. And a little bit more from Jenny. So Prime Minister Mark Carney says the power of the less powerful starts with honesty. If he's honest, he'll admit that Canada's arms loophole is a moral blindness, yet today his minister claimed human rights oversights would decimate industry. So Jenny Kwan said, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister told a story about living within a lie in Davos and said the power of the less power starts with honesty. Former Liberal cabinet ministers Alan Rock and Lloyd Axworthy, who have been honest about Canada's complicity in the killing of civilians, have come out publicly in support of Bill C-233. They say that Parliament now faces a clear choice to maintain outdated exemption that undermines Canada's credibility or adopt modern principle statements that reflect our commitments and responsibilities. Will the Prime Minister be honest with reality and vote yes to Bill C-233? And in response, Anita Anand said, Mr. Speaker, the government opposes the bill. Canada has one of the strongest export regimes in the world, with human rights considerations applied to every single permit issued for military goods. The changes proposed in the bill would decimate Canada's defense industry, weaken Canada's role in NATO, and jeopardize the capabilities of our Canadian armed forces. The bill would not close a loophole. It would create new vulnerabilities. It is irresponsible to propose a bill like this. Yes, it would make it harder to sell weapons that go off and, are used in a genocide. It would harm our bottom line if we couldn't sell weapons that are needed for a genocide. Let's see. I'm not going to put you through the torture of all of these. It's just some videos again. This is the opposition leader, who is just the worst. So Polyev says the state took from hardworking many to enrich the privileged few, and he is a guy that is living in a taxpayer-funded mansion with servants, eating on the taxpayer dime, criticizing, the system that he benefits from. Don't have to play that again. I think we're all tired of his whiny voice. I'll do this proper this time. It'll take a moment to come up, I think, though. Right, I didn't open this ahead of time, so you'll understand what I'm doing in just a minute. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Theme song. Do-do-do. Here we go. Click on that one, and do this, and do that. Here we go. One of these days, this process will get a lot faster. There we go, and boom. Thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 super chat, the second one tonight. Kitty Treats, thanks, Sandee. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. One of these days, I'm going to be able to get that on the screen much faster. Anyway, back to the news. So I think this one I will play members opposite. Yeah, because it's again, Pierre Poilievre makes Mark Carney look really good, unfortunately, because Mark Carney is very quick-witted, and Pierre Poilievre kind of sets it up for Mark Carney to launch the assault back at him.
His solution to synagogues being shot up is to ban sections of the Jewish Torah. Mr. Speaker, that is not our solution on this side of the House. And that's according to his...
Nobody is suggesting to ban sections of the Torah.
His own immigration minister, his own heritage minister. We need to be safe at home. We need to be affordable at home. But even before this war broke out and raised gas prices, this Prime Minister doubled food price inflation and gave us the worst grocery price increases in all of the G7.
Mark Carney actually cut taxes on a lot of grocery products.
So excuses about global impacts are not going to work. Will the Prime Minister reverse his new taxes on food, fuel, farmers, and fertilizer so Canadians can afford to eat?
See, that's the FFF that people were talking about earlier, and yeah, it is definitely means fail.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that the member opposite read the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which protects the Torah, which protects the Bible, which protects freedom of expression. This House should not be otherwise informed by possible misrepresentation. We should follow the true word that protects.
Now, you see there, he kind of looks like he's stumbling and looking for words. That's because when you're on the House floor, you're not allowed to accuse somebody of lying. That's a big no-no. And so he had to figure out a way of saying that Pierre Poilievre was lying about what he was saying or lying about, cutting out sections of the Torah without actually saying Pierre Poilievre is lying. It's all for pomp and circumstance show. It's all a bunch of bullshit, political theater. But it does make Mark Carney look good when he can do things like that by saying, yeah, we follow the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which protects the Torah and stuff. And, Pierre Poilievre's representation of what we are doing is incorrect, So Pierre Poilievre appears to blame Liberals for the shots fired at the U.S. consulate in Toronto. And David Dole pointing out he then pivots to fear-mongering visitors and need for more deportations. Predictable, pathetic clown. We're not going
Conservatives
to watch all of this.
Condemn unequivocally the...
Yeah, he blames immigrants and Liberal government, which, no, it's not. But somebody posted a video of Pierre from a few years ago, and it really does put into... what's the word? Contrast? Not contrast, but just the glow up he's done to try to run as Prime Minister, because this is who he used to be.
Madam Anderson. Some MPs met with Madam please.
Answered your question. Furthermore, we're also speaking out against the government.
There he is there, and there he is there. I think he got some work done. But different presentation. And this is just pointing out again that Pierre Poilievre has been an asshole for a long time. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre was asked about his MPs meeting with far-right, homophobic, and anti-Semitic politician from Germany's AfD party, Christine Anderson. Poilievre has been showing us who he is for over 20 years. Yeah. And so that was from 2023, and Poilievre did not answer the question or try to condemn his MPs for going and visiting these far-right lunatics. So, more on floor crossings. This time, it's coming from the NDP. So, there's already been 2 floor crossers from the Conservatives to the Liberals. And then another one stepping down, and I've gone over this whole musical chairs things before. But now there's been a floor crossing from the NDP to the Liberals. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, so I didn't see that one coming necessarily, that there would be that floor crossing. But this basically it guarantees the Liberals will have a majority. Because there's 2 by-elections that are about to happen, or 3. But at least 2 of those 3 or whatever are strong Liberal seats. And so once they become Liberals again, they're going to have a majority. So the voters did not want a majority, and some people will argue back and forth that you're voting for the person, you're not voting for the party. Lori, I knew how to say her name earlier, Edu. She's from Nunavut. And there, they do tend to vote a little bit more on personality and stuff, but on a rather wider frame. Let me just scooch back here for a second. On a much grander scale, the people in this country vote for a party. They don't vote for a candidate. There are some rare exceptions, like in my area, Mike Morris, who was a Green candidate, and he was a Green MP. He won because people liked him. You know, he worked his ass off and he won. And there are a few independents who can win that way as well. But generally speaking, the people are voting for who they want their prime minister to be, without understanding how, you know, this whole parliamentary system works properly. If Justin Trudeau had still been on the ticket, the Liberals wouldn't have won, because people would have voted against Justin Trudeau. So people saw Mark Carney and they were voting for him. Now, some people will say, you know, I watched a video from a newer channel that I found that covers Canadian politics. Wrong Enough to Know Better or something like that. And Don Davies does say at one point that when there is a floor crossing, there should be a new election so that the people can choose the party. And this guy was going off about, you know, how you are voting for a person and how dare he does this. And, you know, this goes against the charter. And it's like, okay, relax, dude. Don Davies is just saying this should be a thing. It's a principle he would like to see, but he's not demanding that this has to be a thing. Like, he's not saying we have to circumvent, you know, the election rules of this country. This is just something that Don Davies would like to see on principle, that there should be a by-election if somebody crosses the floor, because generally speaking, people vote for a party. They don't vote for an individual. The only times I've heard people who will vote conservative, I have a family member who has done this, who's like, I hate Doug Ford. I hate him so much. I don't want to see him in power, blah, blah, blah. Well, then they do this, but, oh, I still voted conservative because I like the guy in lead here. So they use that as an excuse to voting in a really horrific government. But yeah, when I vote for my candidate here, I'm not voting for an individual. I'm voting for a party, or to not get a party in. And that tends to be par for the course for the most part. And so the NDP, again, they do tend to be more principled on things. And for one thing, they don't accept for floor crossers. They if somebody from the Liberal Party wanted to become an NDPer, they wouldn't accept that. And this has been, you know, a long-standing policy of theirs. So they have principles there, whereas the Liberals and Conservatives will always bitch and whine whenever one of theirs leaves for the other side. And then they say, well, maybe there should be a by-election and stuff. But whenever it serves their purpose, they're like, yeah, this is all good. This is just politics. You know, you're voting for a person, not a party. All that sort of bullshit. Anyway. Yeah, so Don Davies sent out this statement. And David Dole did a video on this as well and pointed out how cute it was that he did a full screen grab here. So you can see that his phone battery was down to 25%. You might want to crop that a little. Anyway, so we're very disappointed that Laurie Idout has decided to join the Liberal caucus. The position of the New Democrats on the floor crossing is long-standing and clear. We believe that when somebody rejects the decision of their electors and wants to join another party, they should put that decision to their voters. In democracy, something as important as the choice of party representation in Parliament must always remain with our constituents. We believe that should happen here. So this could have been more devastating for the NDP had they had a couple more seats. Because in this last election, the NDP didn't win enough seats to maintain party status. So they currently don't have official party status. But had they had just enough seats and then the floor crossing happened, oof, that would have been bad, because then they would lose their party status. Let's do this screen here so I can do this. So this is Don Davies again talking about this.
Democratic Party on floor crossing is long-standing and clear. To us, the decision of voters at the ballot box is a sacred trust. And if a member of Parliament wants to override that decision, We believe they must go back to the voters and make that case to them and receive a renewed mandate.
Was there anything that happened within the NDP caucus that would have pushed Lori out as opposed to drawing her to the Liberals?
Look, in these times, Canada needs New Democrats more than ever. People are losing their jobs. People can't access health care. They can't afford rent or to buy a house. They can't put food on the table. Working people are being left behind. And New Democrats will never stop fighting for working people and improving the lives of them across Canada.
You're in a leadership.
You know, I do find it kind of a shame. Like, I wasn't necessarily impressed with Don Davies before. I've covered him on my channel, as I have with a lot of NDP MPs, because generally speaking, they say good things, unless they do really bad things, and I cover them for that reason. So I have talked about Don Davies before, and I thought of him as kind of milquetoast, you know, just nobody spectacular, but, you know, his comments about what's happening in Iran, his comments here, like, the party would have done so much better if he was leader.
Ship race, and sorry to point it out.
You hear the little blue when I do that, don't you? This will get faster someday. Thank you so much, Silas, for the $4 super chat and the coffee. And what is that, a lime? A lime coffee. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. One of these days, that will actually be a smooth process.
But there's an MP behind you that's talking about leaving the party. So where does that leave you?
Well, you know, I'm becoming increasingly concerned by the way that Mr. Carney is trying to stitch together a majority government in this country. Once again, to us, whether or not there's a majority government is fundamental.
And I am a bit concerned about that too. I'm not surprised when the Conservatives cross the floor because Mark Carney is more conservative than a lot of Conservatives. But generally speaking, people like a minority government because it forces them to have to work together. As opposed to one party just getting in and being able to steamroll. It depends on how, you know, if you're staunchly conservative, then you would love to see the Conservatives go in and steamroll. And same with the Liberals. But there's a lot of like independents and people who are like, it's nice to not be able to do that. It's nice that when the governments have to work together. And the reality is the people did not have full faith in the Liberal Party to be a majority party. So to do it this way, yeah, sure, it's legal, you know, it's doable, but is it the right thing to do? Or should Mark Carney just call an election? Because if Mark Carney were to call election right now, he'd probably steamroll Pierre Poilievre, but I don't want one right now because, you know, the NDP needs to rebuild their party first.
Fundamentally a decision of the Canadian people at the ballot box. And it should happen that way, not through backroom deals cut behind closed doors in Ottawa.
So I think he actually has the right to say that because, again, the NDP are principled on this, whereas when Pierre Poilievre says they shouldn't be doing this through backroom deals, it's a bit hypocritical because he'd be more than happy to have Liberals cross the floor over to him. So NDP Lori Edo crossing the floor to Liberals, bringing Carney closer to majority. Right. Was I watching the video to this, or? I think it was the video.
Mentioned there are 3 by-elections. We have breaking news tonight. The NDP says Nunavut MP Lori Idlout has decided to cross the floor and will join the Liberal government. That puts Mark Carney just 2 seats shy of a majority, with by-elections about a month away. Idlout has represented Nunavut since 2021. Earlier this year, she told CBC News she had been asked to join the Liberals, but could not do so at the time. Marina von Stackelberg joins us now from Ottawa. Marina, what do we know so far?
Well, 3 senior Liberal sources tell CBC News that Lori Idlout is going to be joining their party. They confirmed the news tonight. First broke late this evening by the NDP themselves. NDP leader Don Davies releasing a
Okay. Actually, do we need to go over any of this? Disappointed. I think it's just a lot of... Because I think later on I found some more relevant articles. And so this is from APTN News. Nunavut MP Lori Idlout crosses floor from NDP to Liberals. So the leader of the NDP crosses floors. Yep. So the position of the New Democrats on floor crossings has always been that. So the move pushes Prime Minister Mark Carney closer to majority government. And he says, I'm honored to welcome Nunavut Member of Parliament Lori Idlout to the team as the newest member of our Liberal caucus. Working in partnership to build a strong North and strong Nunavut is essential to building a more secure, prosperous, and resilient Canada with lasting economic opportunities for people across the North. Yeah, Lori has devoted her life to fighting for Nunavut's potential and immediate needs of its people, becoming known as in many ways as the ultimate community MP, even as she represents a constituency the size of Mexico. At this important moment in our history, Canadians are coming together to build a strong future. Lori's voice and leadership will make an invaluable contribution to this work as part of Canada's new government. So Idlout has been MP for Nunavut since... do not know how to say that name, stepped down in 2021 and has pushed the government on several issues, including affordability in the territory and Indigenous rights. Nunavut is facing several issues, including shortage of housing and affordable food. Idlout's move follows defections from the Liberals, from the Conservatives to Liberals. But this one has a statement that she has said after the news broke, which I thought was important to hear. So Idlout says she feels she was betraying her constituents by staying with NDP. Ooh. In her first interview as a Liberal MP, she told the Canadian press staying with the NDP felt like betraying. So Nunavut MP Lori said Wednesday feedback from constituents calling on her to join the Liberal government ultimately convinced her to cross the floor. In her first interview as Liberal MP, Lori told the Canadian press staying with the NDP felt like she was betraying... I don't know how to say that. The territory is called Nunavut. I don't know if that's just another way of saying it. It started to every day to feel like I was betraying the wrong people, that I was betraying my constituents, she said. And with leaving the NDP, I feel like I'm betraying them too, but at least I keep my focus on making sure that my constituents always come first. Lori was introduced as the Liberal Party's newest MP on Wednesday. She received a roaring ovation from her new Liberal colleagues who chanted her name as she walked into their weekly caucus meeting on Parliament Hill. Lori said she was not promised anything by Prime Minister Mark Carney in return for her floor crossing, and she wouldn't be accompanying him on his upcoming trip to Norway and the United Kingdom. Lori's defection puts Carney's government just 2 seats shy of a majority, with 3 by-elections set to take place next month, 2 of them in ridings considered Liberal strongholds. Yeah, so I was right. So when those 2 seats join, the Liberals will have a majority. Or when those 2 seats are elected in. So she is the 4th MP to cross the floor to Carney's government since the fall of the first and first from the NDP. So then it's the other Conservative ones. Lori said she first considered joining the Liberals in June, just over a month after NDP lost party status in a crushing election defeat that left it with just 7 MPs. She said she stayed on because caucus members committed to helping to rebuild the party. But that commitment was fading, she said, notably after NDP MP Alexander Bouchel signaled his intention to run provincially in Quebec. I need to remind myself who voted for me, for Lori, she said. Lori was not critical of her former party. I understand how much anger and pain that I might have caused with the NDP, she said. I have nothing bad against them to say. We tried, but it takes so much more than resources to just to be heard. And I just needed to show her area that I'm willing to do what I can to get more for Nunavut. Lori appeared at an event last week for NDP leadership candidate Avi Lewis and even spoke on stage, but insisted it wasn't an endorsement. So something that I have been seeing around Twitter was people saying that she had endorsed Avi. But apparently she is saying that is not the case, that she was just on stage at an event that he was at. Very similarly here in Ontario, there was an Ontario NDP who moderated the last NDP federal debate, who has since said that she's quitting the Ontario NDP to run as a Liberal in a riding that has just opened up. So these NDPers who are more than happy to show support for their parties just seem to turn around and go for the Liberals suddenly. She told News in January she wouldn't endorse any candidate in the leadership race. Lori said she attended the event only to hear Lewis's presentation style and to assure herself she was going in the right direction. So she's basically saying, I went there and I spoke on stage, and that just kind of confirmed to me I need to leave. I was saying how I had comfort in the room seeing specific people in the room. I also talked about the importance of needing more Indigenous MPs. Lori said of her remarks to the crowd at the event. Because we don't have more MPs that are Indigenous, that we need allies. I could see Avi being a good Indigenous ally. Carney government, not so much. Just saying. Not a good ally to Indigenous peoples. Lori told the Canadian Press she asked the Liberal Party for space in December, a request she said was respected. No, for space, not for a space, but for space in December. The makeup of politics in Nunavut and Northwest Territories is unique, and this goes into how they tend to vote for a person as opposed to a party. They vote for people who know individuals more so than a party. Let's see. So being in the NDP, in my view, it was not going to do anything for the North, says somebody else who wished Lori the best. So she has been a harsh critic of the government's record on Indigenous issues in consultations and has been known to heckle from the opposition benches, particularly on issues touching on food insecurity among Inuit children. Lori said her frustration with the Liberal Party boiled down to a lack of clear answer to her questions about matters affecting her constituents. She says she hopes that will change now that she's in government. Got news for you. That's not gonna change. That's not. When I'm in the Liberal Party, I can be engaged in those conversations to make sure that we're actually making those changes, Lori said. I was starting to realize that maybe a better way that I could do my work to make sure I'm representing her area is to be inside and to help make sure that we don't have to raise those kinds of questions. But just an example from November of last year. This is what she was saying. Nunavut MP says kids are starving as Liberals' budget sparks debate about potential impacts. Indigenous Services Minister defends 2% cut to department budget. In a buzzing House Commons foyer on Wednesday, NDP MP Lori quietly explained how children are going hungry in her Nunavut riding as families grapple with an acute affordability crisis she said will only worsen with federal spending cuts. So she's moving to the party that she feels like is starving children in her riding. You're going to see the screen go dark suddenly because I'm doing it this way this time. You don't see it here right away because I have the thingy done. Go. I should probably move this onto this screen as well instead of having to go here. But thank you so much, 56, for another $2 super chat. Super appreciate it, saying pet snacks. And they will appreciate that. Lanier is a huge fan of the pet churros. Absolutely goes insane for them. Like cheese strings for him. Anyway, so basically up in the territories, the cost of food is astronomically higher than what anyone would expect down here. And that's because, especially in the winter, everything needs to be flown in. And because of that, and there's some times of the years where food can't even get in. So nutrition for Indigenous communities or northern communities in general is very difficult. So there's had to be special programs put in place to make sure that happens. And so any cut to that type of spending can, starve groups of people and apparently children even. Because it is so difficult to get food up there, 365 a year, just given how remote these communities are. So here we have more from the article. The Liberals' political decisions are already having devastating impact, Laurie told CBC Indigenous. For example, for no reason other than politics, when they decided to cancel the ICFI's Hamlet food voucher program, Inuit were placed back into poverty. She was referring to the Inuit Child First Initiative, which in 2023 began providing Inuit communities with grocery vouchers in a territory where 79% of children under 14 live with food insecurity households in 2022. Ouch. The Liberal government ended the collective food voucher program in March, while the Inuit Child First Initiative itself, a so-called sunset program, had no guaranteed money past spring 2026. That's prompting a warning of possible legal action from national organization Inuit, I don't know how to say that. I'm hearing daily reports from Nunavut that Inuit children are compelled to steal from grocery stores because they're so hungry, is a quote from the NDP MP, Laurie. Families must now apply individually with proof of their dire need and often in their second language, Laurie said. Last week, her office learned through a written question that 24 Nunavut communities were approved for a total of nearly $90 million in food vouchers between 2023 and 2025, alleviating hunger for an estimated 15,000 Inuit children. And then that's the quote that I just read. This at a time when this budget, we saw investments go towards mining companies to make it easier for them to exploit Indigenous peoples' lands. It's very concerning. And some people say that they suspect part of the reason why she did move over is how Mark Carney is pledging to have more military spending up in the Northwest Territories and extraction programs and things of that sort. That's where the money is going, not towards starving children, but towards military expansion and resource extraction. Laurie called out the Liberals directly after question period began Wednesday as Crown Indigenous Relations Minister Rebecca Otley, I don't know, stood to praise the budget for focusing on Indigenous youth. Laurie could be heard heckling that children are starving. Her reaction highlights a looming debate as Indigenous leaders and federal lawmakers weigh Prime Minister Mark Carney's first budget, which in some places is both enticing and challenging for people like Laurie. On one hand, the Liberals promised to create a $1 billion Arctic infrastructure fund that could be a boon for the territory. Yet Carney's budget left the future of several reconciliation-oriented social programs shrouded in uncertainty. Some Indigenous leaders welcomed the capping of the Indigenous Department's budget cuts at 2% instead of 15%, but others cited persistent backlogs and delays, questioning how it's possible to improve services with less money. Let's just see. Talking about finding efficiencies and stuff. More questions. Anyway, in Parliament, the situation is now one of high-stakes political brinkmanship as the minority Liberals work to get spending plan passed. Lori says she was undecided about which way to vote, saying she needs to consult further with Indigenous leaders and other stakeholders. Anyway, that is the news that I have for today. Close those tabs. 19. Close that tab. Okay. So, like I said, Tuesday, I will be having another news live stream where I'm going over like provincial related stuff and queer, trans related issues. So, before I get to the SandBox, I want to share something very special with you all. I was going to share it last Sunday, but I was sick. Very, very sick. So I didn't have a live stream. But someone finally came home. And I have to leave this for the end because I might get emotional. Frodo has come home. I'd like to thank everyone who helped out financially to make this possible. I've had so many fur babies over my life. He's the only one that I've had cremated because I can't bear the thought of being away from him. And so it meant the world to me to be able to do this, to have him home with me. And I miss him so much, especially now. And I was also able to get this. That's his paw print. And I wanted to get this one in particular. There was different versions, but this one, the imprint itself doesn't have any glaze in it or anything. So you can actually like feel the texture of his paw. Yeah, I miss him so much. Especially with everything that's been going on and the way that he would cuddle with me every morning and every night and how he just made the world so much better. He made everything easier. And I miss him so much. But yeah, thank you everyone to help me get that because they say sometimes that your fur babies become your soul pet. And he definitely was that to me. I bonded with that cat unlike any other creature on this planet. Like if I could find a human that would love me as much as that cat, I would want for nothing. So yeah, I miss him. I miss him so much. And I just hope he finds his way back to me someday. Anyway, checking the SandBox. Okay, let's see, where was it? Okay, we're talking about copies of Mein Kampf. We can move past that. Let's see. Groove Dragon, make sure you're in live chat, not top chat. I don't know about erasing words and stuff. Anyway, Looney Tunes, I see Lance is on the Do Not Worry podcast. I don't know what that podcast is. All right, I should probably check to see if anybody is live right now that I might want to pass you all on to. Okay. There we go. We got an Abernathy. We got an Abernathy. Ooh. There we go. You make it hard to do my job, you know. You and your big paws making muffins. Making big muffins. It doesn't look like it's picking up the purring. Let's see. I hope you are feeling better, Grand Theft Autobot. Let's see. Oh, not a new channel, but a channel that I just kind of recently came across. Do you all know who Trevor Noah is? He took over for The Daily Show for a bit. Now, at the time, I actually really liked it. I think Trevor Noah is brilliant. Funny. I love that he can do like pretty much any accent. As I'm a sucker for accents, that's a definite given. But he has his own YouTube channel, Trevor Noah. And there were a couple things on it that I wish I could share with you guys, but it's a Spotify podcast branch, so my channel would be nuked. But there's a clip on there. Actually, I'll see if I can find it, and I'll toss it in SandBox once I get this cat off my chest. Come on, down you go, down you go. He had there's a 15-minute long video, and I'll find it right now. Under my history, where he talks about trans issues, and it's really good. And it's called The Problem No One Wants to Admit. And the way he talks about it, I really appreciated. So I'm just tossing that into the SandBox right now. Like I said, I can't actually share these, but I can go to his channel, I suppose, and let you see that. Oh, right there. Okay. So Trevor Noah, he has a so the video, I don't know if the video is recent. The clip that I just tossed in there, I don't know how recent it is. Oh yeah, it is actually recent. It's only 6 days old. It's right there. This is the one that I tossed in. Really good video. He does a really interesting way of talking about acceptance and things of that sort. But he also has a sit down 9 months ago with Jon Stewart. And the conversation was over an hour long. And this is one of the conversations that you get so like brought into, like really, really good conversation. And it's nice just hearing people talk smart. It's this one from 9 months ago, Jon Stewart, one of my favorite people, with What Now with Trevor Noah podcast. So again, this is a Spotify thing, so I can't show anything on here. Really, really good conversation. Yeah. Share. Tossing that in too. They go over a whole variety of topics, including like cancel culture and other things, and just racism, you know, Black and Jewish and issues relating to that, and liberals, and right wingers, and just so much stuff. It was a really, really, really good conversation. But I miss listening to smart debates and conversations, because so often, especially with right wingers, they're just morons. And it's nice seeing like people really understanding themselves, understanding where this information came from, understanding how they came to these conclusions. But yeah, I realized that I kind of missed hearing him, because I always thought he did a really good job on The Daily Show, personally. I have his book, actually. Somebody gifted it to me. I haven't read it. So I should probably do that. But he's like really, really smart and articulate in what he was saying and stuff. So yeah, I recommend people go and check that out, because I can't show it to you. But I thought it was a really interesting way of talking about trans folks and accepting them into sports and things of that sort, and talking about how a lot of the restrictions and parameters we put around are always artificial, are always things like, look at the boxing weight categories and things of that sort. Like, we accommodated these, feather light people so that they can play in the sport. We have accommodated them here and there and there. So why can't we accommodate trans folks? Type thing. But at one point I wanted to punch one of the guys that he was talking with, because he kept on interrupting, and Trevor was trying to make like a really poignant point, but this guy kept on interrupting. It's like, shut up and just let him finish his sentence. Anyway, let's see. Old Greece, that's so stupid, because what if your expiration date comes before your geopolitical change? What makes you a refugee? Yeah, that's one of the issues with the bill C-12. I always fear getting hiccups on stream. It's one of my fears. One of my fears. Somebody's talking about hiccups. Because if my mouth is open when I hiccup, it'd blow the mic out. Really loud. Really, really loud. Why, thank you. I guess Looney Tunes has been doing impersonations of me. Groove Dragon, Trumpo, fucked up economies around the world. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's super chat. Yes, Maple MAGA. Like, come on, people. No Canadian realistically wants to move to the States. Like, they have all this ego-washed idea of what the United States is, kind of like how we have a maple wash version of Canada. So they have like this ego-washed version of the United States. And so they think if they move down there, then their lives would be so much greater and stuff, until healthcare, until their freedom of speech isn't actually protected the way that they think it is. Because we're actually more protected up here in ways than they are down in the States. Until the rampant racism comes in, until, like, there's racism up here, but there's racism in the States. Like, it's just, realistically speaking, Canadians don't want to move down to the States because the culture shock involved and stuff. Just like a lot of the, and if you watch the video that I told about Trevor Noah and stuff, I don't think, they touch on it, but I don't think they go into great detail. But apparently some of the South Africans that got refugee status in the United States because of the white genocide happening, some of them were like, can we go back? But Trevor Noah does mention in the video that when you do that, you actually give up your citizenship. So they gave up their South African citizenship to become a refugee in the United States. And now they want to go back. Not going to happen. Not the way you want. Let's see. So life, I lost 100 pounds in high school in 1 school year. They noticed and tried to get involved, but as soon as they learned it was poverty related, they dropped the issue. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. The Wild West, can we maybe just feed kids and hungry people like a civilized country? Yeah. Yeah, like I don't know Lori as an MP all that well, but, and it is like, if you cross the floor, you cross the floor, but it's just the way you see politicians talk out two sides of the mouth a lot of the time with, it's like, oh, I hate the liberals for A, B, C, and D, and all the way through the alphabet, but then as soon as it serves their interests in some way or another, suddenly they're crossing the floor. I don't know. It's a weird thing. When I see the NDP cross over to liberals, I'm seeing lack of principles. When I see conservative cross over to liberals, I'm seeing principles. Because again, the liberals are more principally conservative than Pierre Poilievre. So if you're looking more for like just a traditional conservative type figure, you got Mark Carney. So I can absolutely understand why they're doing that. But I don't see how somebody who can be NDP would move to the liberals. It's, yeah. If they actually believe in NDP values. And then lots of RIPs to Frodo. Yeah. I miss him so much. Yes, Grand Theft Autobot, his toe beans. His toe beans that he would smack me in the face in the morning to wake me up. And sometimes he would nip the tip of my nose to wake me up. And one morning I woke up and my mouth was open and he was just shoving his paw right in my mouth. It was really gross. So Life, the Do Not Worry podcast is holding a fundraiser to feed displaced people in Lebanon due to Israel's occupation. Oh, that's good. If there's a link to it, then I could, if it's on YouTube, I could send people to it. Give it a raid. Bobby, love Trevor Noah. Yeah. Trevor Noah is just extremely talented and intelligent and stuff. And I did like seeing him on The Daily Show. Grand Theft Auto, I saw his convo with John Oliver. I'm going to be watching it because now that I know about this channel, I'm going to be watching the hell out of it because it's a nice tonal shift to a lot of the stuff I watch. Let's see. Oh, jumped. Where was I? Here we go. He's on YouTube. Yeah. Lefty is sending me a link. Oh, it's over. So I can't send people to it. It was almost 12 hours long. That's quite the live stream. You know, maybe someday I'll be included on some of these things. Because I would like to. So I can't send people over to it because it's already done. Yeah. So, yeah, Looney Tunes saying it just ended. And that would only be if I could raid to it, because sometimes you have to set it up to allow it. So I'm just scrolling down to see if anyone else is live right now, because sometimes it's not up near the top. But the thing is a lot of the pawn jumpers that I would like to raid, well, they get done way before me because, you know, hour difference and stuff. And then a lot of other people don't stream late at night on a Sunday. Shocking. So maybe Tuesday, there's a good chance I'll be able to raid someone. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone live right now that I normally watch. Let's see. Show more. There's the Young Turks 24/7 channel. Oh God, it'd be funny to rate that. Wait a sec. Is Environmental Coffee House live? Because now when you scroll down your list, it actually shows you. No, they're not live right now. Okay. I guess I'm not rating anyone right now. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Let's do the social sign-offs. Yeah, so everyone check out my new channel. I'm still looking to break that 100 subscriber mark. I really do need to make a channel on this video and post it, and I think it will get better reach. I'll work on it this week. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to go back to the gym. Fingers crossed. To try to get back into my routine that was making me feel so much better. Get back to my TYT essay. I saw that Vanguard was covering Mike Figueiredo's video on it, and I watched his video earlier. And it's like, if you like what Mike showed you, oh my God, everything that I have in mind, it is so detailed and it goes so far, and it is like such a walk down memory lane, and it reminds you of so much shit that happened, all cataloged in this one massive essay, which is broken into several essays. But yeah, I just, the sooner I get that done, the better, because there was rumor or something. Jank was freaking out that Tucker Carlson is going to get arrested. I need to get it out while it's still relevant before something really weird happens. But yeah, I definitely need to get it out. Yeah, I need to rest. I've only been at it for 4 hours. Typical live stream. Short live stream. Yeah. But I need to have a snack and probably watch 1 or 2 episodes of Supernatural, because I've decided I want to rewatch and watch that series, because I watched it up to a few seasons in, and then life happened and I didn't get back to it. But I wouldn't mind it's a nice tonal change from the world that I live in. And it's going to take me several months to go through, because it was a network series. So it's something like over 20 episodes in a season, and they have like a double-digit number of seasons. So it'll take a while. But it should be nice. And yeah, check me out on all those socials. I might have to close my Amazon wish list soon, as in like a week. Amazon is doing something stupid, whereas if I put something on there that's through a third party, and I don't necessarily know if it's a third party when I put it on there, and somebody purchases that, they'll get my address. Yeah, that's Amazon. So there's a lot of third-party stuff on Amazon these days, and yeah, so the person who purchases it will get your address so that they can track it. So Amazon says you can avoid that by getting a P.O. box so people don't get your address. But it's like, you do realize, Amazon, a lot of people are using a wish list because they need help getting things, because they're living with poverty. to get a Canada Post P.O. box for a year is almost $200. From what I can tell so far, though, there is no other option. So I'll have to see. If I can't get help getting a P.O. box or finding another way of changing a shipping address so it's not my home personal address, then I will have to close the list. Which is sad because I know a lot of people. The Wild West asked about flex delivery, and I looked into that. I'm going to go to an actual post office. I went to like a shopper's one, and they didn't have many answers. Because when I looked at it online, it says that it has to be from Canada Post. Amazon doesn't necessarily ship through Canada Post. They use other couriers. So that might not work. And it's disappointing because I know some people, they like to just do nice things every now and then. I know I like to do this for creators and get something nice off the list to just brighten my day or to help with my studio and my artwork and my pets and all that sort of stuff. And I've gotten so much wonderful help from that and so many things that have helped build this studio that I don't want to take it down, but I don't want my actual address there. So the UPS mailbox I recently got was over $300. I paid $50 just a few years ago. Yeah. And I'm looking into like FedEx and UPS and stuff to see if there's anything I could do about that. But yeah, I'll have to, I'll be looking into it a bit more. But if I can't find a solution, I'll have to just close the list. Anyway, yep, please check me on those. Tuesday evening, another news live stream. Should everything be okay? Wish me luck on my adventures back to the gym. Yeah, I'll see you all again soon. So, thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you, mods. Thank you to everyone who has helped out financially. It really helps. Please become a patron if you can. It helps to be a YouTube member, but I like to vary in case, YouTube decides to demonetize my channel. It'd be nice to have that backup with Patreon. So everyone who has helped out financially, I super appreciate it. Because I know there's a lot of people who would like to but can't, and I super appreciate the sentiment. And hopefully we get to a day where everyone can afford to support the people that they like. Anyway. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.